Okay, I think I'm live right now. Hello, everybody. Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? I am alone as of right now because Marcel hasn't responded yet. Dear God is right. We shall see. Chris, there is no reason to be nervous. No reason at all. Troll super hard. Maybe I'm gonna do both at the same time. Probably. The damage will be done. Number 15, Matt Wilkins. Okay. The reason I wanted infighting, the reason I wanted a co-host is because I don't know everybody on this list. So I don't know. I'm just gonna look and choose the ones that I know of. Okay, doesn't look like anyone is joining. So let's go. You guys can see? Okay. You can hear? Okay. Let's start with the first one. Quality Autism. Looks like an asshole. It's difficult. Pros and cons. Pros, very handsome young man. Clearly intelligent and a successful book author. Pros. Cons, mostly does videos in German, which sucks for 90% of his audience. He isn't quite as harsh on Troy Denning as I wish he would be. Where would I put him? Top 5? Maybe? Worst? Maybe? Yeah, physically, not mentally young. Yeah. I'm sorry, I have to go with top 5. Clearly. I mean, he's the only German YouTuber you know. The only German Star Wars YouTuber you know. So, something. That's also true. The Bavarian. So, automatically better. Even better. So, top 5 of all time. Now, the next one. Let me see. The ones I know of, we all know of. Just get them right out of the way. Matt Wilkins. Okay. Oh no, guys. We have Dave Filoni himself joining us today. Oh, 1 second. I need headsets for this. Okay.
This is such a bad idea.
I know it's a bad idea, but I was asked. You can blame Quinlan Voss here. Right here.
Okay. Who are we on? Okay, yeah. Top 5 of all time. I see that. Who are we on now?
We have to put Quality Autism on here because he has a lot of great qualities.
Right.
He's Bavarian.
He wrote a book.
Yeah, he's a successful author. The only big negative I could come up with, he isn't quite as harsh on Troy Denning as I wish he would be, and most of his videos are in German, which really sucks for the English-speaking audience.
Yeah, but really pulls his punches on Troy Denning, eh? Really? Yeah. Okay. What else we got? Who are we on next? Matt Wilkins?
Matt Wilkins.
I'm not going to rank anybody because I love all these people.
I need your help.
I'm going to give
ranking,
you.
Okay.
I'm going to give you information, and then you can make the ranking. Okay.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to do.
Oh.
Yeah, good call.
Oh. Yeah, I'm the double EU YouTuber. That's okay. That's true. Matt Wilkins is the OG Star Wars YouTuber. He has connections. He has the power, so to speak. But he also got dementia. And he got some really bad takes, 2 of which I found particularly offensive. His negative opinions on Secrets of the Jedi and Tales of the Jedi Redemption.
That was a bad take.
Bad take.
But he's
And
also like the face of this community.
That's true.
I don't know.
Is it fair to rank them just based on their bad opinions? Because with Matt, he runs the website, he does all the stuff. It would feel unfair to knock him down so much for his shitty takes.
I think he's top 5 of all time. I think if you ask anyone in the community, Matt's on that list.
That's true. Okay, we're gonna put him top 5 of all time, but he's behind me just for his dementive problems when he forgets character names or planet names or plots and stuff. So yeah, Matt needs to be up here. Yep.
I'm just here to provide information. If no one wants to alienate people, it's his call.
I mean,
Noah's the only person who can get away with this. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, that's true. No one will be angry, I'm sure. Okay, this one is quite easy. Chris Nelson.
Top 5.
Top 5, definitely.
We even need to discuss.
No discussion needed. But there's one, con. He doesn't upload enough.
Yeah, well, he has kids.
That's no excuse. Matt Wilkins also has kids, and he keeps uploading.
Give him a few months. He'll get back to it.
I don't know if I want to rank all of them inside the different things itself, but I'm gonna put Chris above Matt Wilkins because he's more professional in his videos and not quite as dementive yet. We will see how the children change him. Maybe he can't remember, you have more kids. Oh, Jesus. Okay, then Matt Wilkins' situation, it has nothing to do with his kids. It's just Matt. I think it's just current ones.
I think it's current too.
Okay. Oh, yeah, and also Chris gave me a lot of... I was about to spoil something, but he gave me a lot of information and insight into the expanded universe with his videos. He also fucked us, just like Matt Wilkins did, because he owned Lightsider for years. So he's also an enormous troll. And he owns Escape from Dagu.
Confirmed.
Okay, I'm just going on here by who I already know. Okay, Stupid Chainsaw Productions, aka Jeremy. Okay.
Okay, I'm only going to talk about positive people. So Jeremy, he likes a lot of different things other than Star Wars. His channel's very diverse. He likes Dragonlance, Alien, Terminator, all that good stuff. He's a good speaker, has a nice beard, makes him look wise. And he does a podcast with you and Dylan.
Yeah. Oh, Red 5 Reviews. Hello. Yeah, it has been a long time. I'm glad to see you again around here. And don't worry, you will be ranked, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So that's great. Yeah, he did. Okay, so Jeremy definitely needs to be up here. But I'm just going to put him here for now because, okay, we still have to discuss. Is he top 5 material in a way? Because to me, Jeremy is also one of the OGs in a way, because he has been around long enough.
He also visited you in Germany.
Yeah. I mean, should that influence the ranking?
Absolutely. It's your ranking.
That's true. Oh my God. We have Jason here.
Hello.
Who's currently busy reading The Unseen Queen. Oh boy.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. He's also quoted. So I'm still thinking with Jeremy. A or best of all time? If he deserves this spot.
Oh, I can't help you with the rankings, man. You're all on your own. I'm just here to provide
I know. I'm thinking. Okay, for now, not just because he's a friend of mine, I'm gonna put him up there. But I may downgrade him to A if I think someone else deserves to be in the top 5 spot. Because, as it says, we can only put 5 people up there, so he would be number 4.
I would say I would love to see Jeremy collaborate more with other people. Like I would love to get in touch with him and maybe do like a Dragonlance live stream or something like that. I think he would get even bigger if he were more collaborative. So
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm too busy on Twitter these days telling people that Luke Skywalker's not a Jedi. Did you hear that?
What? No.
He gave an interview with Jon Favreau, and he suggested that Luke wasn't the full Jedi, and Favreau corrected him, and he said, well, he said, that's interesting. They were wrong about other things too. So basically implying that Luke isn't a full Jedi.
What did he say he is then, if he's not a full Jedi? Like a failed one? Not fully trained, or what?
He needs to pass the trials. But Yoda says in Return of the Jedi, once you face Vader, then you'll be a Jedi. Yeah.
Wow.
Bad.
This is the guy who's in charge of Star Wars.
That's right. He's in charge of Disney Star Wars, so who cares?
Very good. Fucking Favreau. Yeah, only Ahsoka.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, we keep him up here. Now this one, the next one I want to get to is a special one. Stevie B right here. A relatively new one on the scene. But in such a short amount of time, he has already proven himself. And his channel, I think, to me, I associate him now with interviewing other EU fans and people, and even John Jackson Miller somehow.
That's right.
So he definitely has to be up there at this point. And it's impressive, like, how quickly he became one of the guys. So I would put him up at A, actually. Like, for how impressive his rise to fame is. And it kind of started with me, which makes it even better.
You were the second, but the first one, I think his audio was off. So that was like a practice interview. Yeah.
Oh, did you notice? I think Sivat talked about this on the Discord. His interview with me has more views than his interview with John Jackson Miller.
That's right. Also, Stevie's a really positive guy and a friend, so he should be up there.
Oh boy. All right. Next one. Who do we have? While we're at it, the Geeks Attic.
I don't know much about the Geeks Attic. I think they're on the guys on Matt's channel sometimes. Yep.
So Matthew, to me, is also one of the OGs in a way, because he was one of the few first Star Wars YouTubers I watched back in the day, alongside like Jeremy and Matt Wilkins, and who got me into YouTube itself. Negatives that put him down in a way. One, he keeps spending time reviewing Disney canon stuff, even when he says he's fucking sick of it. And he demanded to read in chronological order for Legends, which means he has to read stuff like the TCW tie-ins, even though we all warned him not to.
He has a huge subscriber base. 2,450 or thereabouts.
His biggest positive is what a big Waru fan he really is.
Yeah.
And his enormous collection of Crystal Star hardcovers and first editions and stuff. So I can't put him any lower than B. A or B. I'm gonna go with B for now.
This is the guy whose name is Matthew Wilson, right?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, it's confusing.
With Matt Wilkins. Yeah, I think I remember he confused it once already, where he wanted to say Matt Wilkins and he said Matt Wilson. So that was pretty amazing.
Did you see their comment? Yeah, I was gonna say, did you see Brennan's comment?
Confirmed. Better offer. Okay. I'm gonna put him at B, another con. What was I thinking? Oh yeah, he takes too long to read a book. Rogue Planet took him like a year, so...
But in fairness, it's Rogue Planet.
That's also true. Okay, who else do we have? Red 5 Reviews, which is Adam's second channel, where he does his Star Wars stuff. Equally, I'm gonna give him a B, not because of bad content or anything, just because, again, takes a little bit of time to bring out videos. Nothing wrong with it. I would like to see him, pump out more stuff. Great. See, that's what I'm talking about.
It's awesome.
And once that's done, you're gonna move up to A. Definitely. I'm excited for your opinion on Dark Lord, like the final novel. That's gotta be fun.
Also, Red 5 has Chris Nelson's endorsement, which is very important.
Indeed. I haven't watched it, but I have heard one negative point. I'm gonna get to it when we talk about them. Okay, so... You're welcome. All right. And next up would be... Oh yeah, just get a Tuscan Reader, which is his Matthew's other second channel for Star Wars stuff specifically. I'm just gonna put it... Also gonna put it here, with his main channel. That's always difficult if it's like separated into two channels. That's why I only have one. Is Star Wars Theory even on here?
I don't think so. I think it's just EU YouTubers. I might be wrong about that.
Okay. Let's see. Who else do we gonna get?
Well, Scott Johnson is the best. So,
But
he doesn't have that many videos on his channel yet. But the stuff that he does have is really good.
But his profile picture already speaks against him, because he's a Winter Akbar shipper.
I think that speaks for him. Personally, I'm also a Winter Akbar shipper. So.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's a small but growing community of us.
Okay. I'm sorry, Scott. I have to do... Because apparently I haven't watched your videos. Sorry. So I probably would rank you higher, but Marcel claims you don't have enough videos.
Yet.
So I'm going to put you at C, which is still good. Oh, fuck off. No. He is there?
You should watch Scott put up a video, I think a few weeks ago, where he shows promos, like bookstand promos of various Bantam era novels. And it's really cool.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. I just don't have the time for it. Okay. Who next? Wait, first I want to see if... oh shit, Star Wars Theory is actually on here. Oh shit. Should we get to him first?
Yeah, I don't know Star Wars Theory. I've never met him, I've never talked to him, but I'm not super thrilled with his content.
So. Okay, a couple of points. The main highlights. The guy makes these terrible, like, clickbait titles for his, like, Legends lore videos, like Darth Caedus, the original Kylo Ren, and then he puts up a picture of Ferris Olin.
That's right.
Or like his Mara Jade video, Luke Skywalker's wife, and he puts up a picture of Scarlett Johansson, which is, and like the the red circle and the dots and the arrows, stuff that I do as a joke with my videos, he does for real. He interviewed Matthew Stover, didn't mention Shadows of Mindor at all. Only talks about his weird obsession with the prequel era, and Revenge of the Sith. And I think he shat on New Jedi Order at some point.
That's unforgivable.
So
one thing I will say about Star Wars Theory, though, is that I think he does get a lot of unnecessary flack from people online. Like, he made a comment about, I didn't watch the show, but Andor said, oh, there's like bricks and screws in it or something like that. And people just went nuts on him for nothing, just because he's Star Wars Theory.
Yeah.
I thought that was
and I'm not doing that. I'm just saying from what I've seen in terms of him being his Legends-focused content, so to speak, he comes across more like a normie fan, not like one of the Autism squad like us, like the actual weirdos. So I have to put him down. Oh, the worst one. Okay, let's get to Alex while he's here. Okay. Cons. He's Alex. He lives in California.
That's
he
right.
keeps defending Troy Denning. But the pros, he reviewed my Jedi Prince fanfiction. I'm trying to think of another pro.
I can think of a lot. He sounds good according to your audience.
Yeah. He got contacted by the co-author of Empire's End.
That's right.
For some reason. So that's also good. 2 points in his favor already.
Also, his reviews are more in-depth than most EU YouTubers. Like, they're like 20-minute long reviews. So I think he should get some credit for that and the amount of work that he puts in.
Oh my god, Jeremy, we are ranking Expanded Universe YouTubers. You are in top 5 of all time. No bias, I swear. All right, we put Star Wars Theory in F because, oh no, beyond F, worst of all time, because, yeah. You have your own piss couch. I haven't seen it yet. This reminds me, Dylan isn't on here because Dylan doesn't have a YouTube channel. That's a crime. That's just a crime. Yeah, here he is, worst of all time. Okay. Okay, Magnino Alex, we talked about him. So I'm not putting him here, just okay, I have to. Okay. I'm gonna put him in. I'm gonna put him in B. I think that's fair. His pros almost outshine the cons, but the cons are just too big. He's the devil. Like, he creates chaos on my fucking Discord every time. Because he wants to talk about, defending Denning and his religious outrage. Yeah, I will not forget that, Alex. Waking up to 500 plus messages. That's not cool. YouTubers crying about it. It depends. What is the reason for the crying? Of joy? Or of sadness?
That's true. There has to be a good reason behind it.
Yeah. Expanded universe numbers and boring charts. He needs his own channel. We need to see the piss couch more often.
Yeah, I agree.
Jesus, so many comments. Oh.
I let the man cry.
Yeah.
He was happy. Why are you going to take away his happiness?
Mm-hmm. Okay, next guy. Who's next? Oh my god, this is Hello Greedo. Worst of all time, easy. No debate. Marcel is not gonna say anything.
I was gonna say, doesn't he spread a lot of misinformation as well about the Expanded Universe?
Yeah, he does. Most famously is his top 5 worst things from Legends, and he brings up Skippy.
Yeah.
Who was obviously non-canon, so.
Right.
The Denning defense.
Alex is in my top 5 as well. But
I can't put him up there.
I'm not the one doing the ranking, so you go for it.
Okay. We are done with Hello Greedo, right? Just fuck him, I guess. Oh, did he defend it when it happened? With Palpatine's return specifically? Because that would be quite ironic. Yeah, we agree, Alex. Oh. The controversial ones.
I don't know.
Can you see? Is Dark Snowvia on here? I don't even know what his logo looks like.
I don't see him.
So he may not be on here, which is good. We all know where we would put him. Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Okay. Next one, let's put up Spencer, Star Wars Library.
I don't know much
I'm gonna go with a B. I had fun with Spencer doing the Sword of the Jedi read through and a review of it. It was, the books were painful, but it was a fun experience after all. Che Guevara Chewie.
Look at my response to him.
Yeah, where do you think? Oh boy. Okay, I think this is fine. So far, mostly, I think this is a good ranking. I don't think anyone is feeling offended as of now.
You know Spencer better than I do, so.
Let's see. Who is next? Nathan Butler is an interesting case because he is like an official author for Legends as well. He wrote the Tales comic, Kyle Katarn in the Yuuzhan Vong War.
Does he still put out content though, Nathan?
I only ever saw his old content when he was going through like the novelizations and the old books and Marvel comics and Jedi Prince. So
yeah, he's still putting out content pretty regularly.
Yeah, but didn't Chris talk about how he stopped, kind of like he's at an end point for like Star Wars because of, I don't know, like the inconsistencies with the Disney canon or something?
Yeah, it looks like his content is kind of all over the place. He has a lot of subscribers. It's over 6,000. Didn't he also create that? He created that amazing timeline.
That we have to appreciate that. So yeah, I think A is very fine.
Oh, that sucks. He should put his podcast on YouTube if he has a podcast.
All right. See you later. Nice to know that you are around again.
Happy birthday to your daughter.
Oh yeah, same. Oh yeah, I think you're also on here. Oh, that's kind of painful. But again, I've only seen mostly his older stuff, and I think it's fine. So we're gonna leave him at A.
Well, I feel like he's paid his dues.
Right? Oh my god, sorry, on Discord, Jason just showed me the Dark Snowvia profile picture. It's like a communist Chewbacca painting. Jesus Christ. What is it with these people? Is fucking what's his name now? The moron who started the Matt Wilkins Civil War.
B-level?
B-level, exactly. We should have done this ranking like a couple of years ago when that was going on. That would have been more fun because these morons would have joined, and now they are just crushed and disappeared into the void. They are just gone. He sold his collection?
That's unfortunate.
Wow. But he is an OG, that's also true. Okay, next one. Who's next? Twin Suns Foundation. The foundation itself obviously deserves a high ranking. I don't know enough about the YouTube channel specifically if we are only looking at that. But with Matt Wilkins and Nathan P. Butler, we also looked at their other stuff they were doing. So I think we just have to put Twin Suns up in the top 5. And that would make it full. What do you say? Is this logical?
I think you can move things around. Like if we come across another one that you think might be in the top 5, I would probably downgrade them. The thing with Twin Suns is that they don't put out, if we're ranking Star Wars EU YouTubers, they don't put out a ton of EU YouTube content. I was actually on their page the other day.
Dark Snowvia has political videos right next. Of course.
Yeah. Your Twin Suns Foundation. The last video they put out was 1 year ago.
Okay, then I have to downgrade them to an A. Yeah. Jeremy, you need to go, get back on track, essentially. Okay, Twin Suns gets an A. Who do we have? Okay, this one just says Star Wars. Is this the main channel?
Which one? Hover over it?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, I think that's the main channel.
Okay, F, because it's the main channel. And obviously they're not EU stuff. At least not anymore, so yeah. Probably not worst of all time, because the people running it are probably just, they're definitely just doing their job. It's not like comparable to Theory or Hello Greedo. Bad idea. Oh, having it only digitally, you know what happened to my computer. Okay. I can't even read some of them.
Yeah, neither can I.
Okay, let's get another controversial one. RK Outpost.
Yeah, I don't watch Ryan's stuff, but he does Civilized Age with Matt. He has a very big following of people. But he's also, there are people out there who think he's controversial because of some of the stuff that he says.
Yeah. I mean, he makes money on outrage. That's not unfair to say at all. Oh my god! We got another guest. Hey.
Perfect. Alex can you can make all the hot takes, and I'll just be here.
Take the blame.
Spread positivity.
If I become a robot again, then I'm just going to stay quiet.
You sound fine for now.
For now. That's foreboding.
Okay, so RK Outpost, Ryan Kinnell. My take. He's good with Matt on Civilized Age, I think. But he doesn't really do Expanded Universe stuff at all anymore. I know for a couple of years ago he did like videos talking about the Legacy era and certain characters, and then he stopped because he makes money on outrage. Okay, fine, that's his thing, but that's affecting the ranking. I'm gonna go with a C for now. Maybe going into D category if we are judging by. I'm gonna go with D. If we are judging by like specifically Legends content, and he doesn't really do a lot in that regard.
Yeah, I think that should probably be the biggest criteria, is the Legends content and focus.
Mhm. Okay. Next up. Who do you guys want next up?
What about Son of Luke?
Son of Luke is great.
Yeah, he does all the updates every month for EU stuff.
Hmm.
Does he do updates for Disney stuff as well, or just expanding universe? If anyone knows in the comments, I could also take a look. I think
The only thing I know about him, he posted the Wikipedia article about the menstruation once in the chat for on a Matt Wilkins stream, which was fun.
It's only Expand University does.
Confirmed. Yeah, it's only Expanding Universe, which is pretty awesome. I think he's an important resource, Son of Luke.
Okay. Does this mean A or B for you guys? I'm gonna let you decide because I'm not too familiar.
I'd honestly say A. It's really unique. Nobody else does anything like that, really. It's only him. So I think that's a spot in his favor, because like I do reviews, you do reviews, so that's not as unique. But him, what he's doing, nobody else is. So
Okay, sounds reasonable. Okay. Who do we want next? Let's get the big
Reviews?
ones out of the way. Scoundrels Cantina. I think I've heard they have some controversial takes, especially with stuff after episode 6.
I've heard that too.
They have a huge following, 260,000 subscribers.
Mm-hmm. So what
But they also talk about canon.
Well, everybody's got to make a living, Alex.
And I've heard they are so like focused on the original trilogy and like staying true to George Lucas' vision that they disregard everything in the expanded universe set after episode 6. Which immediately for me it's like,
Yeah.
They have a nice mix of canon and expanded universe content, but I see a lot of Bad Batch here. A lot of
that's not in their favor.
I'd probably put them in D.
A lot of Andor and Tales of the Jedi, like the Disney Tales of the Jedi stuff too. So
How does it look like? Is it clickbaity or like genuine stuff?
it looks a little clickbaity, but not. Who's that guy who Mike Zero? That's the clickbait king.
Oh yeah, is Mike Zero on here?
Yeah.
Yeah, well produced. I remember I used to watch some German guy who had very well produced videos. He had a calm voice, good editing, but no substance whatsoever. But he could trick you by how well produced his stuff was to believe him. So no, I'm gonna keep them in D. Fuck off. I know this is Grey Home or Blue Pick or both
It has
working
to be one
together.
of them. Mm-hmm. There's like 4 of these accounts that are like something quality with your profile.
Yeah. Identity theft is not a joke.
All right, who's next?
I was gonna say Meg Reviews because of Marcel's. Marcel shared the roundup for the website of all the
Right,
expanding universe relationships.
Yeah, she's doing March Madness with Brennan, Matt, and I.
Mhm.
Now.
I don't think I have watched much of her. I think I've seen 1 or 2 of her videos. But from what I know, she does like in-depth reviews of stuff.
She does, yeah.
Yeah, and she seems to also dislike the Denningverse. Point in her favor.
Yeah, I mean, so far she's not done with it. From what I can tell, she seems, I'll say this, a bit more like Jason in your Discord, where she's a bit more fair. She's not like, she's not like, there's... It's not like that. She's like, yeah, I mean...
So what you're saying is she's essentially kind of making the same points that I and Josh made, except
without
not
autism.
as German, without the... Yeah,
yeah, basically, yeah. Well, I mean, she hasn't finished it all yet. She's only read Legacy of the Force once. She finished Darkness. She mentioned some positives, but she sounded mostly negative about it.
Mhm.
I suppose she's fair, because
She
even
puts a lot-
Marcel doesn't like it. So
She puts a lot of effort into her channel too, and you know,
Yeah.
didn't she dress up as like a chiss once?
yeah, she did. She got all paint all over herself. She like gets in these like.
Oh yeah,
like, little
that's something I
outfits for
always
the
notice
videos.
with her thumbnails. She's going through the effort, you know, dressing up as one of the characters from the book she's talking about. So
Yeah,
all right, you have convinced me. I'm gonna go with A.
yeah, I think that's fair.
That's fair. I mean, we are also not blind fans, except Alex for that.
I'm not blind. I'm
Yeah.
just Alex.
When one of you makes an actual like tier list template with all of the Discord members, sure. Yes, Sivert, you really need to get a life. Shut up. Okay. The big ones. Thor, Skywalker.
I don't know them at all.
I don't
Thor
either.
Okay, I know a little bit about.
Oh wait,
these
Thor
ones,
is
but-
that Thor Skywalker? You said?
Or Skywalker.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of his videos. He seems fine.
182,000 subscribers. A lot of mixed canon and expanded universe content here. Looks mostly canon.
Whenever you mix it, you automatically cannot get S or A. I feel.
Obviously.
Oh yeah.
Or Stevie's in A because he's cool. So you can do A, but S is impossible if you
But when you
talk about
like,
mix, because then you're not really an EU channel. You're just
when we talk about mixed, right? Like when I say mixed, it seems mostly canon content for a lot of these people. Like with Stevie, a lot of it's expanded universe focused.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I would say like 75%. So
there's nothing wrong with liking it. I'm just saying, like, for an EU YouTuber list, they got to be mostly talking about the E EU.
Thor's A-list, he focused on legends, and more than that, he's expressively positive and constructive. He just that's
what I've heard, and yeah, that's what I've heard about him. That he's very like calm and collected talking about the stuff, which is good. From what I've heard, he doesn't seem to be like biased one way or another, which is a point in his favor.
Yeah.
Bashing. I mean, obviously they deserve it in a lot of points. Fine. You're
I'd
not
give it
on
C.
here.
But you know what's even more base than bashing Disney Star Wars content? Just ignoring it.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go with C, which is perfectly fine. Don't know enough about him to really go for like
Same.
B or A, but I think C is fair in that regard.
None of us.
You can thank Quinlan Voss here for making it.
Yeah.
We also
Quinlan's
have to rank.
when we get to that, it's gonna be really hard for me because I'm obviously very biased, considering I run a podcast with him.
You're biased. Noah put himself in. He's the first in S.
Yeah, I was the first on the list. I put myself in top 5 immediately.
I mean, but that's
He
be
has a lot
expected.
of
That's Noah.
quality autism has a lot of qualities. Okay, he wrote a book.
All right, we've already
Two
talked
books.
about quality autism.
Yeah.
So
We
move
have
on
to
to the next
talk
one.
about him some more. This is deserved. Okay, let's get the big ones out of the way. Who else here is a big one?
Chief
Okay,
Talk is pretty
Chief-
big too.
But he's not really an EU YouTuber.
No,
No.
Okay, Corey's Datapad.
He's the guy that does the in-depth reviews with Eckhart's Ladder. I'd say he's pretty good, and he also makes those topical videos. I mean, I know he also talks about canon, but he does do stuff for the expanded universe. So I think a B is fair where you placed him.
Okay. The only negative I've heard is his and what's his face's Eckhart's Letters podcast where they talk about books. Apparently, they are really terrible with like spoiling stuff for like books that have nothing to do with the topic.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so that's why they don't get A. Is Eckhart's Letter on here?
I don't
Then
see
we
the
can-
I think so. I don't know if he counts though, because I mean, he does the podcast, I guess, but that's like it. Everything else is like new canon.
I agree with Altron's comment, at least for the purposes of this stream. If you could highlight it.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He made that. Okay.
Oh, he made that? That's awesome. I had no idea. Still, we're talking about their YouTube content, not what they do outside of that.
I wish a fucking Demagol in the Discord had a fucking YouTube channel, because he just rose up in my ranking. He told Bluepick he should kill himself. Because Bluepick asked, like, guys, you have to make a Discord member tier list template. Okay, Bluepick,
I'd
just so
obviously
you
be
know,
S tier in the Discord template.
obviously, Bluepick, just so you know, you're not even gonna be on the fucking tier list, but you just helped Demagol get in like S tier.
Oh my gosh.
Oh god.
Unfortunately, Noah's server has no rules against telling people to kill yourself.
Nope.
You just
Everything
have to
goes.
not take it seriously. Otherwise, you're just going to be depressed.
That's
So
right.
just take everything as a large joke and you're fine.
I don't know why you would be retarded enough to do anything else. Like, I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Let's do YJK audiobooks.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, okay, I may be wrong. Isn't that the channel that has popped up recently that
Yeah.
uploads audiobooks of Legends novels with like
Mhm.
like read by AI or something?
That's right.
Yes, that's what it is.
Okay, that sounds. I don't know how that sounds. In concept, it sounds good, but I don't know. Is there any real person behind it, or is it all just videos of AI reading the book to
It's
you?
just videos of audiobooks, basically.
But
I-
they provide an important resource to the community, because a lot of those audios that they provide are for the young adult novels, which are harder.
Yeah, like Young Jedi Knights, which are, really expensive nowadays. So
Okay, that sounds like a good enough thing for like B or maybe A.
I'd say B, just because the content itself, the only thing they're doing is using an AI voice to read it to you, but like it's not their content technically. It's
Mhm.
it's other people's content that they're just making a free version for you to view online. So, which is still admirable. So I'll give
On a
B.
similar note, similar to this, someone who does the same but puts in more effort, I would say.
Yes.
Where is Marcel on here?
Yes.
Can
On-
find him.
He's right. He's to the right on the top.
Here, I'd like to rank myself. Small channel
Don't.
with a lot of potential. I put me in C tier.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'm going to tell you right now, Noah. You know why he doesn't get C? Because literally, how long has the Expanded Universe community been making videos? Since like 2014, right? No one has decided with all that time to do what Marcel is doing. He's the only one on YouTube going to the extremes and the effort that he's doing to make these audio things, which are absolutely great and incredible. And I'm not just saying this because he's my friend, because I did the same thing with your Jedi Prince trilogy, okay? I was fair, okay? So, I think Marcel, for the unique stuff that he does, and for all the effort he puts in, must, at the very least, get A tier.
I would just leave me in C tier.
No,
I
it's
would
because you're too
actually
humble.
agree. I would actually agree. The reason you're definitely never gonna get S is because you're Canadian.
That's
And
true.
because you look like Dave Filoni.
Yeah.
I mean,
But other than
I would
that-
say S tier, but I'm biased, so
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
saying
That's just
fairly
your
it's
bias
A.
talking.
The audience has spoken. Sievert had a nice comment in there.
Would be top 5. Yeah, if not for Canada.
Thank you guys. C tier in my opinion, but
No, you're wrong. Shut up.
Yeah, I mean,
This is a fact, as Tino Call would say.
okay.
oh, shut up.
Oh my gosh, yeah, there's a stream that Noah was doing before, and I mentioned in the comments like, bro, you kind of look like Tom Holland, and then he looked up a picture, and everybody agreed. It was the best thing ever. He's German discount Tom Holland, Dollar Tree store brand.
Okay, on that note, Alex, I think I talked to you about it. When I talked to like an old friend of mine, a female friend, who I haven't seen in a while, I showed her like a picture of what I look like now. And because I told her that some fucking asshole on the internet said that I look like Tom Holland, and she looked at it and was like, "Oh my god, you really do." So thank you, just thank you so much. That ruined my day.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's a bit of both. I think I look more like Colin from Canada if you could actually see how pale I am. But true. That's
true.
another con for Alex, actually.
Hey, I have a good mic. It's just my internet.
Yeah, his internet's bad.
That's what I always say.
I have a snowball mic. It's really good.
Jeremy, you actually got S because you're one of the OGs, in my opinion.
And because you're his co-host.
No, not just personal bias, okay? Not just personal bias. Okay.
No, but you're right. He was one of the first people I saw when I started getting into the EU. I saw his reviews in like his basement or wherever he was with his clean-shaven face, doing reviews of mall lockdown and stuff. I remember that. It was the good old days.
I like the content that he offers on his channel. It's not all Star Wars related, so
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but for the purpose of an EU ranking, that should.
Oh, we're looking at other things that they do as well. So
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, if it's like someone like Dark Snowvia, where his content in Star Wars may be good, I don't know, but then he's also like a political extremist. It's like,
yeah.
If you had made this ranking back in like 2014, 2015, I'd say that Dark Snowvia gets an easy like C. But because of what his channel is now, I'm honestly put it in F, like because it's
or in worst of all time, honestly.
Yeah, worst of all time. But back in the day, it was fine. It was just him talking about books like Jedi Apprentice and all those books. And it was fine.
The sweatiest EU YouTuber.
Okay, look, I don't want to be mean or anything. You don't mind being mean, but like he always has like he'll be wearing a shirt and it'll be like really like wet. And I'm like, why didn't you change it before starting the review, man? Like it's just
makes it feel more raw. I don't know.
I suppose.
Oh man, a weird communist podcast. Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Famously, The Burning House.
Yeah, I've been watching you, Jeremy, for a while now. Yeah, I found out about Matt, and then I found out about you and a whole bunch of other people.
Another reason Jeremy needs to be an S tier. He's up there in like the OG club, also because he fucking read Lightsider and knew it existed for years.
That's true.
And never told anyone.
Hey, it's not. I mean,
yeah, I know he couldn't tell, but they all have it in common.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He is one of the OGs of like Matt and everyone. I'm not insulting everyone. Look, he was just part of the crowd that got Matt in trouble, and that just annoys me.
This reminds me of Chris Nelson's stream because he just glanced over this part of the fandom's history, the Matt Wilkins Civil War, as I call it.
Yeah.
I would actually love to do like an in-depth look back at that from my perspective, because that was literally at the time when I got my first PC right here and the channel and all, and I witnessed it, and it was quite something.
Yeah, I think I'll learn about it after the fact, but it was still.
I was there for it. It was insane. Oh yeah, Jeremy, if you're still on here.
So biblical.
Oh my god, you got the 4 elements, just like Quantum of Solace and Mark Frost. It's the 4 elements at play.
Wait, who's
wind? That Matt's copy of Lightsider.
Who's air and earth?
Earth, maybe Matt Wilkins, because remember his story when he fell off the roof?
Down to earth.
Yeah.
Maybe explain some of his brain leakage.
Wait, who else is in your S tier other than Twin Sons? There was
no Twin Sons.
Noah has to be air. Something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because he could be Aang from Avatar: Last Airbender.
Written by Dave Filoni.
Yes. No, it's not though. That's the funny thing. I've watched all of that show, and so has Noah. He's written a couple episodes. He's not in charge of the whole thing at
They were in the
all.
weakest season too. So
he hasn't written a couple of. He has directed a couple of episodes that other people have written.
But they were also in the weakest season of all three of them.
I did think he wrote one, right? And that was the episode where. No? Okay, well, there was a stupid episode I remember that had Dave Filoni's name on it, where Aang's like, this is off topic, it's real quick, but it's in season 3, Aang's like having nightmares about Ozai like killing him or whatever, and he's like seeing him like in his, like, you're in your underwear, ha 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 ha, and it's one of the stupidest episodes of season 3. It's awful.
Jeremy wants to hop on.
All right. Join my Discord then, but okay, I'm gonna send it to you on Facebook.
Oh, that was Nightmare Noah for a second.
Oh, for 20 minutes ago already. Okay.
Can we get Scott on as well? Just get everybody's opinions on these YouTubers.
The link is in the Discord. If people want to hop on, they can.
Yeah, Scott, I think, is part of the Discord.
Scott should join. He's one of the OGs too.
Okay,
he hasn't made videos, but he's been around on other people's live streams for years.
Jeremy, I sent you the link on Facebook. Oh yeah, Dave Filoni rant incoming with Dave Filoni on stream.
What I love about Jeremy the most, though, I think, is that he's basically Noah, just American. Like, they have almost the same views on everything.
That's why we get along so well.
Things. Yeah. You're like essentially the same person, just from different countries. It's funny.
Marcel, just mean.
Well, and he has a beard that you'll never be able to grow.
Sivat, seriously, are they playing No Time to Die again? Is this what I think it is? I don't know what a word is for it, but it's like some musical show.
Oh, that's the one. Yes. Yes. That's the lore. We're expanding the universe of quality autism.
Oh boy. Okay, let's just get it on, okay? Star Wars Explained.
E.
Okay. Oh, wait. Jeremy is in the house.
Jeremy!
Oh my god.
It's an honor.
Oh, it's so nasty. Oh, it's good to meet you all.
Hey.
Sorry, I've been working since 4.
Oh man.
Overtime. So that's why I'm on the laptop and not back there. Oh god, you want a Dave Filoni rant?
Let's hear it.
So let me just preface this by saying I finally sat and watched Avatar: The Last Airbender a month ago. I had never seen it. And solid show, except for the Dave Filoni episodes.
Basically,
suddenly, it goes from being an all ages show to being a little kid show.
Yeah.
And then you get to like TCW, and we take a gritty, uncomfy war story, and we add terrible nicknames to characters. And we have Sky Guy, Snips, and they just kitty it up. It's awful. It's an awful show. And the thing is, it's like flat Earth people, the people that like love TCW the way that they do now. It's like, I remember back when it was like common knowledge and like not necessarily common knowledge, but common opinion that TCW was terrible. Like, I remember that. Like, the EU fans were pissed when it came out because it just threw continuity in the garbage. And just repeatedly, just not just EU continuity, but movie continuity. Like, why would Vader test the carbon freezing chamber on Captain Solo when Obi-Wan and Ahsoka froze themselves in carbonite back at the Clone
And then they also
War?
did it in a tie-in comic as well. So this happened multiple times.
Yeah, they did in Shipyard to Doom. which literally was shipped with the deluxe edition of the TCW movie. So like it's if out of all those Dave Filoni like comic tie-ins, that's the one I think everyone read because you got it with the DVD. So like I don't get it. I don't get the appeal. He blatantly doesn't care
That's right.
about anything. And it's even worse now. I mean, E.K. Johnston wrote him a terrible Ahsoka book, and he has completely retconned the whole thing.
Yeah.
And
Like-
apparently, recently, he also said Luke Skywalker isn't a real Jedi.
Of course. And he also said that Boba Fett and Jango Fett weren't real Mandalorians, and then went back on that one.
Yeah.
I never understood that at all.
No, just his show, it just was terrible. It looked bad. It looked bad at the time. I can't say you can say it was dated, but like the animation didn't look good.
I remember that as a child when the movie came out, everyone hated the movie. Most TCW fans still hate the movie.
Oh yeah, it's bad. Like that's not how you start a show.
But George Lucas was such a fan. He was like, those 3 episodes, that needs to be like a feature film. That's so
Oh.
good.
So bad. Just the worst. Oh, I hate.
We should get back to the YouTubers though. But I will say
Okay, yeah.
I will say just a quick thing that it's not going to be out for months, but me, Marcel, and Brennan talked about Filoni. We tried to talk about positives. It was an episode called Forgiven Filoni. And it was very hard for us because we ended up midway through starting trying to fix some of his errors in continuity when we were supposed to be talking about positives, but we did manage to find a few. And so we
Yeah.
tried our best, but
It just
it's
evolved
just
very quickly. We had to keep
Yeah.
focusing back on track because we talked about a positive and then we just lead right into like the 7 negatives that followed it.
yeah.
I'm just looking at your tier list because I was watching this on my phone, so I couldn't see the whole
Oh yeah,
thing.
so take a good look.
Okay.
Well,
That
Most
was
of all
obviously
time.
S.
Well, first of all, thank you for ranking me above Matthew.
Yeah. For the reason that he uploads even less than you do, he takes 1 year to read a book, and he keeps going in chronological order, even when we told him, no, don't read the TCW
The
novels.
big thing with Matthew is that he was going in chronological order and then forgot things, and then had to go back. And he's done that twice. He's one of my best friends. But I was like, "Hey, you missed something." He's like, "Oh no, I never even read that." Or he read it and he forgot to write a review for it.
No.
I think that was Shadowhunter that happened.
Oh yeah,
But then he went off of the timeline in the novels, which is not correct for the Clone Wars. So he read Wild Space. Well, he just finished the Stealth and Gambit, as it's
Right.
known.
Oh God.
And I was like, you should have read Cestus Deception before this.
None of
Or,
he
us.
should have read anything before that. He shouldn't
Yeah.
have read Siege and Gambit.
I don't technically know where that goes in the timeline.
Gambit
know where
or Cestus?
The Gambit duology. I don't know where that goes. Cestus, I think, technically happens between 2 chapters of Wild Space. Because a bunch of things happen, because it starts at Wild Space starts before, like, during Attack of the Clones, and then the next chapter it's after the TCW movie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 3 months later.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
by the time they
Because-
wrote Siege and Gambit, they didn't really care about the timeline anymore, especially in that era. Because
Oh well,
Yeah.
Karen Miller didn't care about
TCW.
Star Wars.
yeah, exactly.
Freaking-
But I'm liking this so far. With Ryan's a tough one to rank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
He was the
really doesn't-
controversial pick.
Well, he does have a fantastic knowledge of the expanded universe.
He just doesn't talk
But
about it.
He doesn't
He's
talk
busy.
about it on his channel, especially not anymore.
No, not
In fact,
anymore.
Yeah,
He barely
that
talks
was
about
part of the
Star
reason,
Wars.
because I remember when he uploaded like lore videos on like the Legacy era and
Yeah.
stuff, and it's
And
like, okay,
X-Men
that's cool.
books. Yeah, he was one of the
Yeah.
first people I saw that helped. I think before even Matt Wilkins, it was because I'd watched the sequels. I'd watched episode 8. I'd hated it. But I thought Kylo Ren was probably the most interesting part of it all. So I looked up stuff about Kylo Ren on YouTube, and I found Ryan. I don't know if it was on Geeks and Gamers or if it was on his actual channel, but Ryan had made some video about Darth-citis. So I'd watched it, being like, "What the hell's that?" And then he said the term expanded universe, which I never even heard before. And so from that, I looked up expanded universe on YouTube. I found Matt Wilkins' playlist, and then the rest is history. So I mean, say what you will about Ryan today, but it's thanks to him that I even know what the expanded universe is.
Oh no, I get Ryan is a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
I just don't agree with his content.
Same.
Yeah, which we have talked about. Like, he has his knowledge, and he's good when he's talking like with Matt Wilkins, and he's just showing off his knowledge and what he, his opinion on the EU and stuff. But he also just makes content to get money. Outrage content.
There's
Fine,
nothing
but
wrong with that, but
he's a
not a good
nice
at
guy in real life. He's a real nice guy. I had him on the Legends podcast.
Which was also a good one.
Yeah. Well, I also had Dark Snowvia on there and was a good one. I will say Dark Snowvia, in his defense, has some of the best knowledge of the EU of someone I've ever met. But he gets riled up so easily, and he's led so easily. I mean, he hates my guts now. After the whole, I wouldn't debate B level, but
yeah,
back in the day, because I mean,
I remember your response video when they attacked Matt Wilkins in the Great Wilkins Civil War.
That's what we're calling it now.
That's what we call. I'm gonna make a lore video on it at some point.
Yes, please. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, we need a big video essay. Do you have Geeks and Gamers on here?
Oh,
no,
I don't think so.
Okay, I'll just throw my opinion of Geeks and Gamers out there. I know he's a lot of people's friends, but I put him in the worst of all time. Because I think he's a giant baby.
That's fair.
Just like freaks out over like next to nothing. It's like Ryan RK Outpost, but just to an absolute extreme.
Yeah.
And do you have Django on here?
Hard to see, very small.
I don't think you do.
No.
That's okay.
Okay.
He barely does anything anymore.
Let's look.
I give him a C, though. I know you're talking about.
I would give him a C also.
Let's look at the next controversial one. So, as you can see, worst of all time, we already have Star Wars Theory and Hello Greedo.
Yes.
And now, I think Star Wars Explained. What do you think?
They're a bigger channel, so
I wouldn't put them in worst of all time.
No, I put them in like B or C.
F or E.
I would say F.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why? At least nowadays.
Yeah, nowadays I don't like his content at all.
Isn't it all Disney focused at this point?
It is all Disney focused now.
Yeah. Okay.
And what I also don't like, and this is weird, but every time I think of Star Wars Explained, the first thing to come in my head, and it's really cursed, is this picture of him dressed in a slave Leia costume. And his wife is holding him on a leash.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
That's burned in my brain, and
that's some beta energy.
I don't even want to think about him. That's why I have to put him in F.
What did you call it, Alex? Beta energy?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. I didn't want that comment to get lost.
Okay. I slightly muttered it, so I didn't know if anybody actually heard me. It's like, my mouth shut.
No,
Thanks for bringing light to it, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, that's
Are you actually searching for the picture right now?
What, me?
His wife wears the pants. Scott Johnson.
I love how Noah's been streaming for over an hour and he's only ranked like 10 YouTubers.
We keep getting distracted, but yeah, his wife wears the pants. Literally, in that picture, she's wearing pants and he's wearing the slave Leia outfit.
To each their own. I won't. Shame, but why would you post that online?
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Blessed with this stream, blessed with the autism. All right. Who is next?
Sorry, I disrupted this like a Matt Wilkins.
Evan Nova?
It's fine.
Oh, hey, I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Where?
That's the middle of the second row. To the left. Yeah.
Okay.
I would honestly say A or S tier because there's also really nobody else on the internet that does those types of EU videos.
I would
It's
second
really
that.
unique.
Also, I would put him in A tier for that theme that he has. The
Oh, yeah.
remix Duel of the Fates.
Hmm.
That's a bop. I've known Evan for a long time. From back in the days when I was still part of the Star Wars Reviewers Facebook group. He's a good guy.
All right.
And his videos are really well researched and really in depth. Even if you don't necessarily agree with his takes, like you can't deny that he's took the time to really think this out. And like I said, it's just there's nobody else on YouTube that really does what he does.
Yeah.
All right. Oh boy. Next up. Okay, let's go for Holocron Creeper Evan. Because
Well, he must get at least a B for being one of the OGs.
Also,
but
Holocron
isn't
Creeper
he, if I might be wrong, isn't he the guy who tries to fit TCW
Yes,
with
he
the rest
does.
of the Clone Wars?
I know that's
Oh,
a
yeah.
problem, but he still is one of the originals, so I feel like that has to give him a little bit of point in favor for being one of the first.
He's one of my favorite people to rile up.
He's also creating an alternative to Wikipedia, which is kind of cool.
An
He's
alternate
creating-
Wikipedia? He's creating one?
He's creating an alternative to Wikipedia. I don't know how far he is in the project. It's massive, but he's creating like another databank website, like a wiki.
Well, they need it.
Yeah.
Only with Legends Media?
Only with
I
Legends,
believe
think.
so. Yeah.
Okay.
That would include TCW, though, of course. Yeah. Well, I mean, you'd have to if you're doing an actual.
Yeah, I mean, you would also
Yeah.
put it in Infinities. You can put it under Infinities.
So what do you guys think? B?
I think B is solid.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Who else?
OG Star Wars, since we talked about all the like controversial ones.
Okay.
I think she would get a C because she does talk about the EU a lot. My only issue is that she has to. I mean, it doesn't matter if you want to bash like the new stuff, but like if you're gonna call yourself an EU channel and half the time all you're doing is talking about what Disney's doing wrong, I feel like that's a hindrance to what you're trying to do. So
Yeah,
it
I
comes
went on
off
a
as
rant
cringe a lot of the
about
time. It comes off as cringe, and it's also like she talks about stuff as if it's fact, which she isn't always correct on.
Oh my
which
god,
is
right.
really
That's what you guys are always sharing on the Discord. Is like when Jason talked to her about like the Denningverse being shit and actually showing like quotes of what Denning, and she's like denying all of it, like that it's
Yeah.
bad and that it makes
Like,
bad decisions.
I-
Oh boy.
Yeah, the difference between me and her is I like that stuff, but I won't deny when I see facts in my face. Like I understand that some of the stuff is bad. I
So-
just think it's overall still okay, so I still enjoy it. But I will never defend some of the stuff that she'll defend.
Look,
Would
I
you say
think,
that she's a Denning truther?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Also, I think that
Oh my god.
correct misinformation for sure where it's spread, but I think that we'd just be better if we just focused on the expanded universe and didn't give any
Exactly.
limelight to Disney stuff. We already have people
Yeah.
like Star Wars Explain who have thousands of
Oh
subscribers.
no.
Yeah.
Hmm.
She used it as proof to say that Vergia was always a Sith.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with her on that take for several reasons. Even though I like the Denning verse, that's one thing that I've never been able to agree with. People will tell me that, like Lance,
And
who
I
will
mean,
get
you-
eventually. It's like, oh, that makes sense.
And,
Like, no, it
and
doesn't.
Alex, here's the thing. You can't agree with it because her point is it was the plan all along.
And it
that's
wasn't,
just
and I know that.
factually incorrect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not even like disagreeing about like how the story
works,
changes and
no.
what they decided upon. No, that's just straight up stupid. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm gonna.
But I
sorry.
do think she talks about the E. I mean, maybe I was gonna say at least the D because she does talk about the EU a lot, which is more than the other EU YouTubers.
That's
So,
for sure.
Yeah, but at the same time, with her like refusing to accept reality
That's
and
fair.
spreading misinformation because of that, that's dangerous.
Fair enough.
I would say the same for Matt Wilkins actually, but in his case, it's just early dementia, so he can't really help it.
God,
What?
Yeah. And
He's not even here.
he does it
probably
regardless if he's here or not.
yeah, we have
Like,
every
fair enough.
fucking YouTuber on here, but not Matt Wilkins. That's amazing.
He's probably got the kids today.
Probably.
Oh. Wait, she likes the Brian Wood series? Oh, okay, then yeah, I don't feel bad. for putting
Oh
her
yeah,
in.
I don't disagree anymore. You can't like the Brian Wood comics. The
Yeah,
covers
right.
are nice.
Like Brian
only
Wood
good
as a
about it.
writer.
He writes things on paper. That's true.
Well, he has the brown touch when it comes
Oh
to sort
God, no! Fucking pig in the Discord. He's sharing like sexual pictures of Star Wars Explained.
No.
I'm so glad I'm not a part of Discord.
He's wearing like a skin tight R2D2 like tank top in one of them,
No.
and a bunch of guys in slave Leia costumes. This is. I need bleach.
This just sounds like
Oh.
Disney's modern fans.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, can't wait. The Vajir Compendium, finally. Okay, next one. Who else? We need to get done with this.
Yes. Why don't we just go in order of what you have, like from
Okay.
left to right?
Yeah.
Darth Matu's hologram.
So Matu just put out a really cool video recently.
Yeah, on the Rebellion.
Foundations
Era
of
stuff.
Rebellion. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does a lot of. I think his channel is only EU focused. I know Matu himself
It is only EU focused.
only
yeah.
cares about the EU.
I mean, he talks about other things like Halo and stuff like that, and he does like gameplay videos.
But he doesn't talk about
when-
Disney Star Wars.
But he doesn't
so-
talk about Disney Star Wars at all, and he does go really in depth when he talks about the expanded universe. And
Yeah,
I
he
think
puts
he's
a lot of effort into his videos.
a solid A or B.
Okay, sounds good. I think, didn't he create like this subreddit, Jedi Praxium, which is only dealing with Legends because he hated that the main subreddit did EU and Disney canon?
I don't
I
know
don't-
enough about that. You might be right, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think he was the one who created it. So, okay, yeah. I'm going to put him in A for now. Iron Inquisitor.
Iron Inquisitor, I've talked to him a few times in streams and stuff. He seems like a really cool guy. A lot of the things he did was I thought were really unique and fun. Was just him simply doing what Leland Shee should have done, which is giving us like possible explanations for problems in TCW, which there are a lot. So there's like videos like going like, here's a potential fix for like Dathomir or Mandel or stuff like that. He did a lot of that sort of stuff, and I thought that was really cool.
Okay,
Another
what
thing
I'm
about-
going to say about him.
Okay.
I've
Go
only
ahead.
seen a couple of his videos years ago. He has, and this is with Jason's comment here, the main problem with him is that he was part of
Oh,
B-Level's
right.
team for a while. Yes, but he
yeah.
had this redemption arc happening.
Yeah, he is repentant about all that.
Yeah,
but,
where he came around. So that's a point in his favor.
Also, he
Yeah.
puts out a lot of defense videos. Like people say the EU is never canon.
Right,
and
that too.
And George Lucas hated Mara Jade, and he put out a defense video of that recently. So I think he's
Mhm.
doing good work there.
Yeah, and I mean, he got a good redemption. That's always nice. So I'm gonna put him in a
Yeah, I think.
positive B.
Plus, he like
He's a
the
young
only
guy
one that
too when he
came
did
to
that.
me
He was a teenager.
after. He's the only one that came to me after the whole B-level drama happened,
Hmm.
with like a hint of an apology.
Yeah, he was young though, so I feel like he had to give
Yeah,
him
he
the
was a
benefit of
kid.
the doubt there. Yeah,
He was a kid that was
changed.
manipulated by a turd.
yeah, yeah.
All right. Next up, I can't even read this. Full funeral fiction. I literally can't read it. Sorry.
I have no idea what that channel is.
I've
Me
never-
neither.
Wow.
I'd give it
First one.
I'd give it a C just because I know nothing, and I don't want to be rude in case they make good content.
Hmm.
Or we should have a I don't know section.
Can anyone read what they are called? I'll look them up. Full
It's really hard.
frontal
I can't-
fiction? Is that what it says?
What?
I don't know. Oh, I found them. It is full frontal fiction. They have 20 subscribers. They haven't put out a video in the past 2 years, and they only have like 9 videos.
What
Are they
what
all
are the
EU
videos
now?
about?
Yeah, so there's one about Dawn of the Jedi. There's some stuff with the Old Republic, Tales of the Jedi, Golden Age of the Sith intro. Good
But
content.
no videos in 2 years, and they only
Yeah.
have 9 in total.
They only have
I'm
20
sorry.
subscribers as
20.
well. So
Yeah, I'd say that's an
That's
E.
an
just
E.
'cause- yeah, just
Sorry.
because they haven't done anything in 2 years.
Mhm. Sounds like a dead channel, actually.
let me see if they've done any live streams. Actually,
If you are asking what the B-level drama is,
none.
That's a whole
that's a giant topic. It's going to take hours.
yeah, that's a
I
stream.
will make a documentary on it at some point.
Yeah, I'll be interviewed. It'll be the last time I ever talk about those fucks.
When's
Mhm.
oh, speaking of which, we have Stevie there. When's Jeremy gonna get reviewed by a Stevie? That's something that needs to happen.
What? Who? What?
Oh, Stevie
here,
B is somebody. He's reviewed Noah, or he's interviewed Noah. He's interviewed me. He's interviewed Marcel.
Yeah,
and a bunch
he's
of
an
other
up and comer
YouTubers.
because
Yeah,
he
yeah.
he has reviewed like a bunch of us YouTubers, but he also has a review with John Jackson Miller, which
Oh,
has
he does,
less
or interview.
views than his review with me,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is great.
Noah's very
Yeah,
fond
so
of
he-
pointing that out.
Yeah,
God,
Yeah, he's just trying to stay really positive about Star Wars stuff, and he's getting the EU YouTubers and stuff, and just asking them like how they got into it, and a bunch of questions like that, and it's been fun. He's great though.
yeah, that's the short version of it. Yeah. So next up, Callum
Jones. He's I think British or Australian. I don't remember.
I think
forget.
Australian.
Australian.
He's
Yeah.
I
Australian.
think.
Yeah.
I
He
mean,
makes
the
a lot
Australians were originally Brits.
of.
Some of them.
Well, he makes he's made a lot of EU content for years, and he's I mean lately he hasn't made as much content, but he was one of the more older ones like Jeremy and stuff. So I think he deserves at least a C, if not a B.
He's also Chris Nelson endorsed.
Oh,
Hmm.
Chris Nelson endorsed? That does put a point in his favor, actually.
Yeah. So I was gonna go C, but if Chris Nelson endorses him, it's a B.
Yeah.
He does indeed.
Does Chris Nelson endorse you, Noah?
Yeah.
He does.
and
He's
you.
quoted on the back of my book.
He also endorses you on his featured
Oh, I
channel.
knew
on
he
there.
endorsed me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're on the featured channels page. So is Noah. So is me. So, yeah.
And me.
Yeah, and
I
Marcel.
need-
Sorry.
Okay. Next up. This
He's
is so small.
a
I
newer
can't-
one too.
Have
That's,
you watched any of Eddie's content, Noah? He's like an older fan. It's the next guy, Surfer K or
Surfer.
This?
Yeah. No. The one that you were on. The guy.
This.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a new YouTuber. He just like kind of started
Mhm.
making content in the past year, but he's really positive and talks about the EU primarily. And so he's talked about some other stuff, but like it's been primarily the EU. He's talked about the multimedia project and stuff in between episode 1 and 2, and he's just been really positive about the expanded universe as a whole, and it's been fun. So
yeah, very, very passionate about the expanding universe. You could tell he's been a fan for decades, and also in his favor, he does not talk at all about Disney Star Wars. And if he
No.
does, it's in a very kind of like they can do whatever they want to do, kind of Chris Nelson kind of way, like
Yeah.
no,
Okay.
but I don't talk about it.
yeah, but I don't talk about it. So
Yeah.
Would you say that's positive? Is it like a positive B, but not updated
I don't-
with like the
I-
grades?
Yeah,
Yet?
I would be. No, yeah, not yet because he just started, but I could easily see him going to an A.
Okay. Next up.
They're also more newer. This one, they
Mhm.
it's basically a podcast channel, and they only have a couple videos, but they're all EU focused mostly. So, or the two that has been out. So,
What are the topics? Reviews or just lore discussions? Or
one
one
of
point
them
in their
was
favor. Here, wait, Alex.
Yeah.
One point in their favor is they made a short, which features a Lego Waru.
Oh my God!
a
there you go.
No choice.
That's all we needed.
Yeah. I knew that would be like catnip for Noah. And
Yep.
anytime you mention Waru,
Now we get to the one EU YouTuber more religious than me, at least publicly. Oh man.
yeah, the one that I kind of have beef with, I guess.
I guess so. You actually don't. It's just that everybody's like, "Oh yeah, watch out for Noah. He hates everything." And so he's like, "Oh, I guess I'll never talk to him then." I'm like, "No, he's fine. He's fine. He's just a meme. Don't listen to people. He's fine."
I know he hates me because on his server he banned me because I said like crawling back to Fate of the Jedi after already suffering through Legacy of the Force again. It was like a spouse being abused and crawling back to the abuser, and he was like, "No red comments, you shit, I'm banning you." And then
I would let you say it, and I'd just be like, "You're not saying that because you have autism," and then move on. So,
I mean that's also a fair comparison, isn't that a fair comparison? People say it's like you got hit in the face, but then you crawl back for more. That was my comparison with fucking going back to Fate of the Jedi.
I guess so. Fate of the Jedi I like less than Legacy of the Force, so you got me there.
No, I like it more because there's better EU connections.
I liked it for the
kind of
first
love it
5
boring.
books. I liked it for the first 5 books, and then it just falls apart. And Apocalypse, somehow, on reread, it's worse than Invincible. And that was
Actually,
It
my biggest
shouldn't be as
issue with
long.
Fate. Yeah, sorry. You go ahead, Jeremy.
It shouldn't. Apocalypse should not be as long as it is. Being a
Yeah.
paper movies person, you really understand how long a fiction book should be.
Mhm.
And Apocalypse is almost too long, like the third Sword of the Jedi book. Too long. Something
My
like
big-
that shouldn't be more than 200 pages.
Yeah, because it's basically just
Also,
one big fight scene.
Fate of the Jedi shouldn't have been 9 books, and Legacy of the Force shouldn't have been 9 books.
That's right.
That's actually something fair. That even though I like that stuff, I would agree with. But my biggest issue with Fate is that Abeloth is supposed to be this huge threat, and I was like, this is the one time you're allowed to go bigger than New Jedi Order because it's this like god level threat.
All right,
And
I gotta
not
put us back on. I gotta put us back on.
Yeah,
on
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
just
yeah,
quickly,
I'm
yeah.
6
not
degrees
Be
of dinner.
worried. Okay,
Yeah,
be
not one
worried
thing
and
that I
don't
like
even bother reading Darkness, which is in between NJO and Legacy of the Force.
Make
Don't
up
even
your
bother.
own mind.
Jason is doing that right now on the Discord. You saw his updates. He's not a
Yes, I know he's
That
not a
book is
fan. Even
great.
Marcel's not a fan, and he likes the Dennyverse. So
I like Legacy of the Force. I hate the Dark Nest trilogy.
Can you
It's
defend
tough.
Joiner King being 400? It's
I think
over
it's
400,
okay.
I'm sure.
It should have
I
been
think
like
it's
250.
I don't
Okay.
think it's the worst thing the Expand Universe has to offer because I read Approaching
No.
Storm. And
Yeah.
I'd rather cut my nuts off than read it again. Oh, that and Bounty Hunter Wars, which I have the controversial opinion on.
Well,
'cause I
I'll
hate
tell you,
it.
I'm reviewing Bounty Hunter Wars, so I'll refrain.
Okay. We have one of them coming
Oh.
right in.
No,
Oh, yeah.
2 Star Wars Nerds is awesome. They're
Yeah,
not
but-
an-
Well, so wait. They're up and coming. They have kids. It's a bit hard for them right now, but they plan on
Is
reading a
that
bunch
every
of the Expanded
fucking
Universe.
YouTuber right now?
Yeah, well, they plan on reading a whole bunch of the Expanded Universe. They're kind of like new to starting to get into all of it, but like they've read the first 2 Thrawn trilogy books, and they plan on reading more and reviewing them. So, and they're really positive about the prequels, which obviously a lot of people aren't going to like, but it's nice. It's a change of pace from literally every channel before
Yeah,
now.
we need more
so-
positivity.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just all prequels, bad, blah, blah, blah. But it's just nice to have a different opinion from that. So
But they are
I-
begging for an E.
yeah,
So
I mean
what-
they don't
what do
have
we do?
any. They don't have that many Expanded Universe videos. So I don't know. I'd say they're a D till they review more
Okay.
Expanded Universe.
I like that we completely glossed over Lance.
Oh yeah, we
that's
need to
good.
get back to Lance. We need to get back to Lance real quick. Okay, so Lance is supposedly, I love Lance. He's supposedly the EU teen, but most of his here's the thing: he got popular off of Instagram. I'm the one that convinced him to start making YouTube videos. Same thing with Marcel because he was only on Spotify. I'm like, please bring your great content to YouTube, and then he did.
Yeah.
But Lance has not made that much content. He's had a couple live streams, or he has a lot of live streams.
Like 50.
Yeah, but they're all just like random discussions. They're not like very in-depth discussions of the EU. And to be honest, he's been a bit busy lately, so he hasn't read that much EU. So I don't know if I could give Lance a higher than a B, if not a C, for the lack of EU content on the YouTube channel.
I'm gonna go with a C then.
Okay.
That seems reasonable to me.
Hmm.
I hope he comes back from Lent and watches the stream.
Right, he's on Lent right now, so he made a vow that for until after Easter, he's not going to be on the internet at all. So he's not on his Discord or anything. So when he comes back, he's gonna have this and a whole bunch of other stuff to catch up on.
Do you think people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, you have to come back to the internet. The fucking Nazi guy is talking about you on his stream." The beef is still going on.
If anyone could cause someone to break a Lent vow, it's Noah. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Bah.
Oh, they do cook Star Wars food with 2 Star Wars nerds. I forgot about that. That's fun.
Didn't they make something from the holiday special, or am I tripping?
They did a live stream where they just watched the holiday special with their followers.
That's pretty based.
That is pretty based. Yeah.
Okay, who's next?
Oh, Titus. Titus is on Lance's Discord a lot. He doesn't
Titus
have. Yeah.
has
Sorry,
been
you
doing
go.
massive amounts. Yeah, he's been doing massive amounts of research because he's going to start doing battle videos between.
Yeah, he's gonna be like he's been heavily inspired by Evans Nova, Nova. Sorry, I had a Matt Wilkins moment. Said Evans
but he hasn't
Noah.
put out a ton of content yet.
So C
Yeah, for now.
in the middle. Okay. Next up, I can't read most of them.
Sea Spider.
Oh,
Sea
he's
Spider.
he's brand new. I don't think I can give him higher than a D yet because he just started. But like he's going to read all the expanded universe, and I expect him to be higher by the end. But he just started getting into the EU, and he started making reviews, and it's just nice because once you've read all of the EU, you can't ever experience it again for the first time. So the only way you really get to sort of relive that is through people going through it for the first time. So this is a young kid; he's like in high school, and he's going through it for the first time. So if you want to, somebody who's never read it before's perspective, then that's the channel to go to.
He's also the, I think, youngest Star Wars EU YouTuber that I'm aware of.
Yeah, me too.
We need more of that. I was looking at my analytics the other day, and my audience is old, like on average 5 years older than me.
I mean, I'm 22. I watch your stuff.
Yeah, you're like the exception. There's a couple of you that are.
I watched your whole Dragonlance video, even though I have no idea what Dragonlance is about. But I watched it because it was your video.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It was really fun to make. I have a part 2 already because I bought a bunch of Dragonlance hardcovers.
No. To this comment, just no.
I base
Zilban. Noah's Ark
Shilban.
Nemesis.
Oh boy. Next up, again, I can't read.
Only good games.
Only good
only
games.
good
okay.
games. Oh, so he's an interesting case. So he likes to review like Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, which is interesting. That's like half of his content, but the other half is just not super in depth. It's kind of just like as if he was talking to you, like you're just hanging out one day and he's discussing. He just starts talking about anything in the expanded universe he wants to talk about, whether that be like the Sith in the expanded universe, or just a whole bunch of topics like that. He's had Brennan, Quinlan Voss on sometimes. He's had Marcel on as well, and he just likes talking about the EU. He plans on doing reviews of New Jedi Order because he never actually read it, so that's something to look forward to. But yeah, I give him a solid C for his videos.
Also, he doesn't like Disney Star Wars at all.
He hates Disney Star Wars, yeah.
With a
Okay,
passion.
that's good. Next up is Legends Literature.
I'm gonna say A. I think his videos are really short. They're like 5 minutes long, but that's easier for retention for viewers.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think they're really solid reviews, and I really like them. So I would say an A. You guys might disagree, especially if you don't know who he is. But I think he's pretty great.
I'm torn between A or B. Because the length of the videos is perfect.
That's what I think too.
I know
For
YouTube
retention.
wants us to make 10-minute videos for monetization purposes.
Yeah.
But honestly, when you're reviewing a book and it's not that dense, you can't. If you stretch, I used to try to do this. You stretch out for 10 minutes. You're talking about nothing, and then you start talking about a litter box full of dirty tampons.
Oh yeah, for that line alone, you deserve to be an S tier. Yeah. Oh wait, I think you're the only one up there who reviews Disney stuff or has reviewed it.
Well, I didn't like any of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
reason you up there.
I didn't like any of it. And Del Rey still sent me a bunch of Disney Star Wars stuff as a sorry your house burned down.
Yeah,
I mean, that's still
that
nice,
was
though,
great
even though they're
watching
not
that
your books.
review of like Thrawn alliances and stuff.
Oh, yeah, because they sent me that.
Mhm.
So, Legends Literature, where are we putting them?
I'd say A.
Okay,
I would like to go on a rant about the next one before anyone gets in on this.
let's do it.
Right,
Wait,
okay,
wait,
fine.
The one
Okay.
who made this template.
I have to
In
do
my
it too, though.
opinion, Yeah, in my opinion, the best Star Wars expanded universe YouTuber, definitely top 5 of all time, should be in the top 5 of all time. Puts out expanded universe content every single day practically.
Yes, he does.
Works harder than anybody else in the community.
He does.
His content is awesome. He's been on streams with Matt. He's doing EU March Madness with Matt right now.
He's on a podcast with me that'll be coming out in April, which everybody should go check out.
And
plug it there.
his content is informative. He does reviews. He has lore videos. It's like the full gamut.
Okay, here's the thing. Take my opinion with a grain of salt because I run a podcast with the guy. And I literally do nothing, by the way. All I do is talk. I run my mouth and I came up with the idea. All the hard work, all the editing, all the thumbnails, all that stuff, all the trailers come from him. So he's the one pulling the weight. I'm just talking. So I don't do anything, okay? I just exist. And I do reviews on a couch, so I don't even deserve B tier, but I'm glad for that. Brennan is like Matt Wilkins plus Christopher Nelson plus all the great people you love, but younger, okay? He deserves the Star Wars EU teen spot, not Lance. I'm sorry, Lance, but you don't deserve it. That title goes absolutely to Brennan. And he's better than Noah. He's better than Matt. He's better than Christopher. He's better than everyone because he puts all that time and effort. And he absolutely, despite my bias, deserves S tier.
I would just like to counter with, has he published his own book yet?
No, not yet.
But
I know he's working on one, but I'm just
the timeline.
Until that's happening, I'm still ahead of him.
Okay.
But you convinced me. He's in S tier.
Perfect. I can rest easy now.
I could die
But
happy.
that's also true. He does like Denning, so I should probably put him down.
No. That's not enough. That's not enough to bring him down. His pauses far outweigh that.
There needs
to
be
count that as a negative, but you do. But that's still not enough.
There needs to be like balance, right? There needs to be a pro Denning and an anti Denning in the S tier rank. So that's why you should put it there.
Yeah, although I will say, horribly unbased take by Quinlan. He says that Scoundrels is his favorite Zahn book, and that's a terrible take. But I still love him.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god!
I don't know how, but that's his take.
How?
My Brandy Creek blonde just came back up.
But he's a great guy.
Scoundrels. That's
right?
Quite a
really
take.
Unique. It is.
Alex, we had it. We had him in S. Why are you giving him
Look,
reasons?
no, I'm just being fair. I think he still remains an S. I praised him a lot. I had to balance it with some negatives.
Did he give you any reasons? Like,
He
is
did.
it
I
just
don't
because
remember them
does
off
he
the top
like
of my head.
Ocean's 11 or something? Or is that the reason?
He said he thought it was the most fun Zahn book. Which I could see an argument made. It's a very fast-paced book.
It's different than anything he ever wrote.
Yes.
Dawn of the Jedi Into the Void is his least favorite EU novel.
Yes, which makes him automatically better than Noah. Because Dawn of the Jedi sucks and he tries to defend it. And when he said that Dawn of the Jedi is good, I never want to hear his opinion about Denning again. This garbage book.
Marcel, you just gave me more ammunition to put him down.
Oh, really? I thought I was doing the opposite.
No.
No, he likes
I will
Dawn of the
not
Jedi for some reason.
accept Tim Leben insults here. Okay, that's not happening.
He's a good author. It's not with Star Wars, really.
Oh, wait. Hey, Noah. You know, Matt Wilkins has criticized Tim Leben more than Quinlan Voss ever has.
Matt has an excuse, okay?
What excuse? The brain leakage?
Yes.
Is that your best move?
Yes.
He's been around longer. You should know better, according to
Yeah, he's an old man. Of course, his brain isn't working quite right. So I accept more from Matt Wilkins. But
no, okay.
He's not that old, although he is old enough to be my father, and I once told him that because he thought we were the same age.
How about this, Noah? How about this?
If you keep him in S tier, you can drop me down to C.
Leave Quinlan Voss in S tier, and if you come across someone you think is better, then you can demote him.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, that's fair.
Because we need 5 people in top 5 of all time.
I'm just laughing to myself because I have the least amount of subscribers. Still, S tier.
You have more
Yeah.
subscribers than me, Jeremy.
But I mean, compared to everyone in S tier.
I guess. You
I
still
think,
deserve it, though. You're one of the
I think you have more
OGs.
than Brennan.
Brennan has 365 right now. He beat me. He's like, "I'll never beat you, Alex." I'm like, "Bro, it's happening." But he didn't believe me.
Okay, let's see who is next. Legends Library.
Oh,
That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Legends Library. Do they do? Is that the podcast with?
That's a podcast.
Kyle? With
They just talk about the EU. They talked about all of New Jedi Order and stuff.
Hmm.
I saw
Positive?
them on Spotify
One of-
first.
one of Joe's editors is on that, right? Kyle, I think.
I think so. I'm not positive.
Wasn't he on Matt Wilkins' stream like a couple weeks ago when they were talking about Legends Con and he was talking about his
Yeah,
work with
Kyle
Legends
was. I just don't
Yeah.
know if he actually is a part of the podcast. I don't remember.
Library? I can take a look. Mhm.
I would say solid B, if not A.
Okay.
Looks like he's on it.
Okay, all right.
All right. So then B it is.
we're getting there.
GFFA Games.
I don't
I
know
don't know who that
is.
is. Yeah, me neither.
I think I've heard about them.
Endorsed by Chris Nelson.
Okay. Well, if endorsed, they automatically get at least a C.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, that they do complete playthroughs or something.
Hmm.
Oh,
Chris
yeah, I think
mentioned
so.
that. So okay, so that sounds useful, definitely. I'm gonna put them at C because I'm not too familiar with them, but okay, Chris Nelson endorsement gives them some credit.
Hmm.
This next one. I
Go
would
ahead,
just leave my mouth shut on this issue. There's just some drama that's been going on between the Legends Con people, and I don't want to get involved with it, so I'll just stay neutral on that issue.
Ooh, we have a dissenting opinion here.
Star Wars Timeline.
Did we just put? Oh, we put Star Wars Explained up.
Mhm.
Star Wars
Star Wars
Timeline
Timeline
is
Did
yeah,
interview
you
Steve
go ahead,
Perry.
Marcel.
It did interview Steve Perry. So
That's true,
kinda cool.
but he also talks about canon a lot.
he does.
Didn't
I'm
he
not the props
interview?
fan.
Didn't he interview Kenneth C. Flint?
He did. He
Yeah,
did.
but I know he's more positive on the Disney canon. I don't know if he does
He's very
like a lot of
positive
stuff.
on it. Yeah.
Mhm.
He talks about Disney canon, I think, more than he talks about the EU, but he does talk
was
about
al-
the EU consistently.
He was also Stevie B's first interview.
Oh,
That's true,
not
because
as successful as mine, obviously.
Well, the
Yeah.
sound quality was, I think, was messed up. So
yeah, I also have some. There was some stuff on Twitter a long time ago with
Yeah, I
him and
would say-
Lance.
yeah, I'm
And
trying to
some
say
a
only
little
good things about people.
Yeah, I'm
here.
trying to only say good things. But I'm a little biased, but I would say C or D.
D.
Okay,
Um,
I'm gonna go with D. That's still not bad, but
I'm
it's
not
not.
ranking people, so
Mhm. He has to distance himself because he's gonna get cancelled.
I'm gonna get canceled anyways. It doesn't matter.
Oh, no. Whenever I put Noah on my podcast, I get canceled.
Yeah,
yeah.
I got a negative comment because we were too mean on the Book of Boba Fett.
oh jeez.
I can't read this.
Is that Caleb
That's-
likes books? So
Yes, Caleb likes
is-
books.
he's more of a Twitter user than anything else. He's a dual canon fan, but he I think he likes the expanded universe more. He's a really positive guy.
You lost me a Twitter user.
Yeah. You use Reddit, so don't throw stones in glass houses.
Hey, I don't. I use it ironically. Okay, I do shit posts.
I use it
there.
ironically, okay? Huh.
I do.
I only use
Dude, I came
Twitter
into that Star
ironically.
Wars subreddit and I was so shit posting and trolling. They had to create a new rule against Troy Denning hate because I created a fucking cult. Okay,
You did.
I deserve some credit.
Noah,
Okay?
the German creating cults. It's great.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to get the Wolfenstein.
You
book.
gotta let me in this subreddit, and then I need to make my own subreddit on what's.
I have made my own subreddit. It's called Star Wars EU. No, Star Wars Euro, and the profile picture is like the Czech Chewbacca, and there's like Dylan's piss couch is the banner,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
and it's just nonsense posted there. That's good.
So yeah, Caleb likes books. He's a really positive dude, and he reviews EU books on his channel, but he also reviews canon books on his channel.
I give him a D just because it feels like there's a lot more Disney canon discussions
C
than
or
there is
D.
Legends. C or B, C or D, yeah.
Okay, let's put him here. Next up, can't read
Strike 721 or
721.
something. Yeah. He is somebody who's good friends with two Star Wars nerds. But most of his stuff tends to be prequel stuff. I think he's talked about the EU on some rare occasions. Like he's talked about like the Labyrinth of Evil and stuff. But that's again another because it's related to the prequels. But he doesn't talk about the EU too much. He's a good guy, but the lack of EU content, I'd say he's probably in E, because he's talked about the EU enough to not deserve F, but not enough to deserve anything higher than an E.
Okay. Yes, and I'm proud of it. I destroyed that place. I just went in and destroyed it. Yeah, and I'm still not banned, which is insane.
That's funny.
Okay, next up, can't read, but it's a Mandalorian helmet.
No,
That's
that
the
was
guy.
amazing. Yeah.
This guy doing the audiobooks, like full, not like how the other audiobook one that we talked about, where it's just like a AI voice. It's actually like him with a bunch of actors doing audiobooks currently for the Republic Commando books, which I know is a negative for Jeremy because Jeremy doesn't really like the Republic Commando.
No,
books
but I
for
will
memory.
appreciate any audiobook for EU that doesn't have an unabridged audiobook.
Yeah, so that's what he's doing. That's his like passion project right now. Is all the Republic Commando books.
Yeah, he got his son involved too. That's really cool. I think as a narrator myself, I think that he's really cool.
Music and sound effects.
Yeah.
Okay,
I put
sounds
B tier.
Yeah, me
B tier.
too.
All right.
Yeah. I noticed you don't have Fulcrum Entertainment on here. He does similar stuff. He's he just got done with Slave Ship. He has a great reading voice. He doesn't do the sound effects, but his stuff's pretty good. He does it live.
That's awesome.
That is cool.
Yeah, there's Fulcrum. I think there's also the Archivist as well, but that's AI. But the Archivist and Decade Bird are the other two putting Star Wars EU audiobooks out there, and it's AI. But I think they might have sound effects, which is cool.
Next up is So Uncivilized.
I love this channel, absolutely love it, but it's not really EU focused. His videos are all about Star Wars, like mostly prequels, and talking about a lot of topical stuff around that, but nothing really EU focused. In fact, he even mentioned Filoni once, which was kind of a negative for me. But he makes really good videos, but it has nothing really to do with the EU. So I would say if we're just talking about YouTuber channels in general, I'd say like an A. But since it's not EU focused, I'd say an E or an F.
F even.
Well, we're talking about EU YouTubers. So if we're talking about like EU content, then I would say
okay.
in
that case, we're gonna go with F. Okay, makes sense
as well.
Can't read the 501st Legion, I think.
Oh, they're a nice charity.
Yeah, I don't know anything about their YouTube content though.
I know nothing. I tried to be a member of the 501st back in the day, but
I think this is the same with like Twin Sons, where it's like we have to look at more than just the channel, because the Twin Sons channel doesn't have anything, and I don't know enough about this one.
I would put them in A tier though.
B tier.
C.
C
is fine, I think. Yeah, because like we don't know a lot about their YouTube channel specifically, but like they do a lot of charity stuff. They are a charity.
All right, sounds good. Star Wars on High. I don't know.
I don't know what that is either. I've never heard anything about it.
Here, I'll look them up.
Yes, please do. Thank you, Marcel.
I'm here.
The lawyer doing his due diligence.
I have about 2,000 subscribers. I hate
That's a
people who
lot.
have. I was gonna say I hate people who have a trailer on their that just starts playing on their page. I used to have one too. I found it so annoying. I got rid of it.
Oh, I do too.
Sorry, I don't hate you, Jeremy, though. So it's okay.
It's for a Patreon I don't use.
Yeah.
Which is
It seems to be a lot of. Okay, actually, you know what? No, there's some EU stuff on here, but there's a lot of Disney stuff here. And then I just saw a clickbait says confirmed ! Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau retconning sequel trilogy.
Worst of all time.
F.
Worst of all time.
Wait. Is it a joke? Because I have those type of
isn't it-
videos, but it's obviously a joke.
I don't know. That's a good question.
If it's a meme, then I give it a
Well,
D.
then we have another video
It's a
saying
meme.
"End of an era?" ? Kathleen Kennedy leaving Lucasfilm in 2023 ? And I feel like
Does
maybe
the thumbnail have like a red arrow and circles and stuff?
there are red arrows and circles. Yeah.
Yeah,
thumbnail.
I say
That's
Okay, can you click on one and look at the comments? We need to know if this is shit posting. I'm gonna give them an A.
okay.
But if it's real, we have to put them in worst.
Yeah.
Like this is.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
People are saying I won't believe it until I see it, so it looks like he's serious about it.
Ooh, I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
All right, worst of all time.
Ugh.
Okay, someone posted another one. I should be livid at this clickbait. So
Yeah, definitely worst of all time then.
Oh man.
with our like 2 minutes of research, I apologize to this person if we maligned you. Please blame
No,
me
If
on
we
it.
are
Nothing
wrong
against
and
this
this is
person.
if this is like 4D chess playing with our brains, we're gonna put you high up. But can't read, too small.
If this is like a Queen's Gambit instead of a Queen's Peril.
I can't read anything it says. I can't. Can you like zoom in at all, possibly?
Nope, I can't. It's a something chit chat and Star Wars.
Chit
I can
chat
definitely
and
see
stuff?
and Star Wars, and then there's something before it.
I don't think I've heard of it.
Where is
profile
Quinlan
picture
Voss? He
doesn't
made
look
this list.
Didn't you post it to the server? No, I was looking for it. I can't. Maybe you didn't.
All right, see ya.
He did post the tier list to the server
Yeah,
once.
I can't zoom in on my version of it, so you can't.
One time I tried to look up a Lucino comment on Noah's server, and there was over 30 pages of Lucino mentions.
Because it's Lucino.
Yeah, fair enough. Here, let's see if I can find it.
CTRL plus scroll to zoom in is what Fab says. And Blue Pick says you're just a brain leaker like Wilkins.
I'm not gonna do this because I'm not gonna risk accidentally closing StreamYard, which I know will happen because I can't use technology.
You can't internet. No, it's
Yeah.
It's not quite on a level of Matt Wilkins, but
No,
you're
use Fab. It's not.
Yeah, don't
Lucino's not on the
even
server.
try.
We talk about Lucino a lot on the server. Lucino's
Yeah,
not
we
gonna
talk
waste
about him a
time
lot
on
because he's a great author.
I found the tier list. Let's see. What is that person? Genuine Chit Chat. He was interviewed by Stevie B.
Oh. Oh, it's that guy. That's the shill for Disney, right? It's the guy that that was all of it was about the Disney canon.
That's
And
right.
he didn't talk about the EU at all. And he oh yeah, Darth Bane's the epitome of the EU. And but that's
in my
probably all
effort to
you've
stay
read,
positive,
right?
he has a really nice accent and sounds
He does
cool.
have a great accent, but that happens when you're British or whatever he is. You just automatically
I don't-
just get a point up for that.
Mm-mm.
But I
Yeah,
don't
he
know if
does
it's
a really
mostly
nice
Disney canon, you have to automatically get a low tier because it's about an EU tier list. Maybe if it's a Star Wars channel just list, he'd be higher. But for EU, I've seen little to no EU stuff on that.
Yeah, again, to folks watching, Noah's ranking specifically EU YouTubers or people who have
Yes.
EU YouTube content. So
Yeah, you could be a great Star Wars YouTuber, but that's not the point of this tier.
Yes.
I love his whisper.
Just
It's like Gollum or
chanting.
something about Germany.
Yeah.
Do
Do it.
You're never gonna get this. You're never gonna get over this, or what? The font size is too small. I'm an old man. I can't read.
Oh my god. Poor Scott.
The book would have been too long if the font size was any bigger.
Yeah.
Maybe it deserved to be that long.
What
Maybe
was
it's
the
book we
size
needed,
of the
but not the one we
font?
deserved.
What?
What size font did you use?
8 or something. It's like a small font. It's absolutely readable, but
Why would you
Right?
do that?
it's over 400 pages still.
No.
It's easy to read. It's
That
about as
book is-
big. It's about as the font is about as big as the one in the Insider Fiction collection you have.
Oh, that I know, but I'm just. You need to release a Braille version.
Oh,
Scott
geez.
says it's 6.
You-
Get a damn magnifying glass to read.
That gives it more of like an epic feel. What you are reading.
You gotta put your
okay?
face right inside the book if you want to be able to enjoy it. You put it right
Mhm.
up to your face.
That's not the worst I've read. I once read a book that the font, it was 5 books in one, but to keep it at 500 pages, the font was 4.
No, I'm so sorry.
It was
That sounds
bad.
awful.
I had to use my mom's cheater glasses to read it. So I couldn't
Oh my
quite
gosh.
get it.
But what do you people want? Like, how big do you need the font to be? Jesus,
Well,
I
it's
don't know,
easily
like a
readable.
Solid.
Make it just write a book in MLA format.
Yeah.
Jesus. Okay. Next up,
Next person is Star
Star
Wars
Wars
Architects.
Architects.
What-
Okay.
And
What's that?
so I know this guy from Instagram. He's a really nice guy. He does a lot of like lightsaber fights on his
Yeah, I know what you're talking
yeah on his channel. He does have some Disney content as well on his channel, but he also has some EU content. He's growing pretty big actually.
I'm sorry about the pictures. You can blame Blue Pig.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
god.
That's
about.
That's the German
see
version,
it.
by the way. The German version of the book, good font size. I just didn't
Well,
put in extra effort for the American version.
how you described it, Marcel, that sounds like a C or D.
Yeah, a lot of mix. A dual canon fan for sure. There's a lot of mix here. A lot of shorts actually as well. Maybe that's how I should get more subscribers. Just pump out shorts.
No,
Too lazy.
C or D?
don't get rid of your dignity.
I don't know. I'm not ranking anyone.
Well, you flip a coin.
Go with your gut.
Coin. I'm flipping the coin.
Flip the coin. There you go.
C.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
Who's the next person?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's on here. She
Oh.
is in A.
Star Wars Newsnet is the next one. I don't know them.
I don't know them either.
I'm gonna look them up. They have 8,000 subscribers, and their
That's a lot.
banner is the Mandalorian and Grogu. Just
Oh,
Oh,
man. Oh.
what is the
Not a good
content?
start.
Let's be fair.
We gotta get through. We gotta go through a list.
The High Republic, Jedi Survivor, Rebels.
So worst of all time. Sounds like there's
No,
no
that's-
Legends
I don't
content.
want to do that. See, Star Wars Theory gets worst of all time for crying about the Mandalorian.
And for
Sure,
his
I guess-
interview with Stover.
When
I suppose
Pablo,
after that-
like rags on you directly,
Yeah.
you know, you're doing something wrong. Because usually he just
Well-
makes blanketed statements about all of us.
Well, Marcel, can you
I-
find any EU stuff in
I
there?
apologize to this YouTuber if I'm wrong, but I cannot see a single like expanded universe video, and I've
Then,
scrolled
yeah, it
through
has
like
to go in ads.
this-
At least in terms, you
Sorry.
could be. I'm sure you're a great Star
Yeah.
Wars YouTuber. You got 8,000 subs. That's more than I'll ever have. But in terms of,
I mean, the
EU,
question is, do they at least don't have like clickbait stuff? Is it like
No, they
genuine?
don't have like it
No,
looks
no.
it looks to be clean content here.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna bump them up from F to E at least because they don't
Yeah.
have clickbaity
fair.
stuff, which is obviously upgrade.
Oh well, then if you're doing that, Uncivilized should be an E too. So Uncivilized.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's the next one. Geetsleys, 537,000 subscribers.
Okay.
I don't know them.
I think I've been recommended videos by them, but I haven't
They ever like
watched
watch this? You're like, you don't know me.
Wait, the profile picture for the next one looks familiar. Did they do like that
The
type
next
of video
one.
that, like,
it.
yeah?
Generation Tech.
No, what's the one before that?
Okay, so
Beatles.
Oh, that one.
they released. Okay, so they have a lot of Disney stuff, but they released a video 19 hours ago that says how an accidental hyperspace jump changed the course of galactic history, and it's all about Golden Age of the Sith. So I think that at least puts them above an E if we're using the rank.
But if I'm right, I don't remember. I think I saw a video once that was kind of like Eckhart's Ladder, where he like will like show like a battle, like from a, how do I describe this? Like from like a chessboard perspective, like how it went down. And I think they did one for Jabim, if I'm right. I don't know if this is the same channel though, but I'm pretty sure they had like a bird's eye view of the Battle of Jabim. So yeah, I would say like a D or C.
There's a video here with like the thumbnail with a red arrow, and it says he actually loved children, and it's pointing to Anakin Skywalker.
Okay, that's based. That's a C.
Okay. All right.
But they also have the most useless Star Wars character ever, and it's a character from the Ewoks show, which enrages me because that's the greatest show ever.
I think George is better. But
Oh,
fair
that's
enough.
unbased. That's now a D.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else that's 1v1 right now?
There's an interesting video here. Why did people follow this maniac? And it's a picture of Darth Nihilus. And I often wonder that myself, to be honest with you. So
Okay, so that's based again.
I am
We're gonna keep
hungry.
them in C.
there's quite a bit. There's a good, like a solid mix of canon and EU content on their page. So it looks like they kind of give.
Ooh, standard EU Wikipedia reader. Similar to Star Wars Theory, because in that case, we would have to move
back
on.
to a D. Okay. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, because there's nothing worse than people just reading off Wikipedia articles.
Beastly is a Clone Wars show. I mean, Clone Wars is still the expanding universe, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
At least the
yeah,
first 6
yeah,
seasons.
unfortunately.
Okay, Generation Tech next.
I don't know anything about it.
Marcel, our researcher.
Generation
Yes,
Tech.
thank you, Marcel.
Let's see here, 753,000 subscribers.
That's
big.
yeah, jeez.
I'm seeing a lot of Disney canon content.
See, here's how you know automatically. The more, if the higher subscribers they have, the more likely chance that Disney is talked about. That's what I noticed.
Yeah. It's like all of this content is like Andor and Mando. I can't see a single.
Is it cold for you, Jeremy?
Yes, it's supposed to snow today. Again.
I'm
I don't
so
see
glad I
any.
don't live over there. I hate cold weather so much.
Dude, it would be 100. We moved here. It was 120 degrees out, Fahrenheit. I have to preference that to Noah.
Yeah, because I don't know what it means. Because I'm Celsius guy.
If it were 120 degrees Celsius, we'd all be dead.
Yes, that's why it's always confusing talking to Americans.
Yeah, but no, it's supposed to. We keep getting snowed in here, and it is incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, I live in California, and it's getting up to like 49 here, and that's too much for me. So I can't even imagine living in the snow. I think I'd rather die.
I mean, I live in California too. I just live.
Oh, you do?
North.
Where do you live?
Yeah.
North part?
I won't say
okay.
on here, but I live near one of the big lakes.
Oh, okay. That's why then. I get that.
Yeah. Yeah, where a lot of the water comes from.
Yeah, I don't even see any EU content on their page, to be honest with you. There's one video that's like Holdo, spy or hero, and I keep thinking to myself,
Okay,
like,
no, that's like an E or an F.
That's a D. That's a D.
The D? Okay.
Who's next?
let me look them up. This person is Steel Wars with 6,000 subscribers.
Never heard of it, so I have no opinion.
I can't even tell what's going on in their channel because every single thumbnail has like 40 words on it.
Jesus.
That automatically gets a max of E tier.
Yeah.
I don't see. I don't see any expanded universe content. It's all Disney.
Granted, this is coming from someone who barely makes thumbnails or just makes the same one over and over, changes one thing about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all Disney canon stuff,
F.
as far as I can tell. At least in the last 2 years.
Okay, then F. If it's so long, okay.
And bad thumbnail.
Yeah, bad thumbnails. That's.
Just don't have them at that point.
Who is this?
Does this say Lost Star or Lore Star?
Lore Star with 477,000 subscribers, so you know
Disney.
lore would be Disney lore. Here, Lore Star.
They're either that or they shit post. You can get that much subscribers.
They have the big red arrows. I can't believe Disney did this. Star Wars controversy. I am shocked, and it's a picture pointing to Gina Carano.
Worst of all time.
We can't tolerate this stuff.
No.
It's
okay if I do it as an obvious joke, but this is.
No, it's okay as a joke, but when that's like your only content.
Here's one. Detail in Kenobi proves Starkiller's return.
How do people make this unironically? This
we sigh, but this video has 821,000 views. Okay.
Jeez.
I think if you put all of our videos together, none of them have 821,000 views.
No.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, so he's in worst of all time for this. Lore Master.
Lore Master.
I've seen him here and there.
He does some okay stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen some videos of his that are like canon and some that are legends.
Yeah,
but like he has I kind of like his voice.
That's fair.
Until he starts shilling for like subscribers.
Mm.
And then he says the same thing over and over again, like verbatim for that. I would put him under C.
Yeah, I agree with that, because when I click on his video tab, a lot of like Mandalorian and Disney thumbnails, and then I scroll down one page and I see there's what's the guy who's Kate Skywalker's partner? Not
Delilah?
No, the other guy, Zhao Assam is no.
Oh,
what is his name? He's one of my favorites.
Jariah Sin. Yeah, there's a picture
there we go.
Getting massaged by a bunch of Zeltrons, and another picture.
Oh, that is based.
He has some KOTOR comic stuff, some Republic comic stuff. So yeah, this guy's good. He's on the level.
Okay, so let's give him a C.
And he did a lot of stuff with the Darth Vader mini-series comics. We talked about.
I know. I saw those on my recommended before.
He also says, like right up front, when you click on his channel, it says a Star Wars lore-focused YouTube channel that covers both post-Disney and original expanded universe material.
And also, he'll often say in the title, in like parentheses, if it's canon or legends.
Okay, that's already better than 99% of other lore guys.
If I'm going to watch a lore like channel, I watch his. He gets the stupid chainsaw endorsement.
Very nice.
That's a good endorsement.
Okay, the next one. I only know him from someone else's intro. Because I think he or someone, there was some intro. So I think it was Dark Snowvia saying Star Wars only. I don't know what the fuck your problem is. I think that's his own intro.
Okay.
And that's the only thing I know about him.
With Dark Snowvia, so unpredictable, you know.
I don't see any expanded universe content in the last year in his video.
I think he used to do something. I think he did some documentary on like the fans and the Disney Star Wars stuff. But I think I remember him having shitty takes. I'm not sure.
Well, that's me.
He also has a video, Knights of the Woke Republic, Star Wars fans fear SJW writer. So
that's got to be dropped down a bit.
That's so wonderful and so awful at the same time.
I almost want to check his channel out just to make sure with like his intro, because I swear it was Dark Snowvia saying Star Wars only, I don't know what the fuck your problem is, and he put it in with like music and like cool video effects. Like he was proud of
sounds
it, and
amazing.
that's pretty awesome. If
Oh,
that's the
no,
case.
we are talking about Dark Snowvia, who once took all of his Disney canon books and ripped them up in a video and threw them in a dump.
I mean, I have to be fair because there's like 3 things I'm famous for on the internet. One is defending Denning on Noah's Discord for like a year by myself against the world. Another is Naked Palpatine because I was on a stream with Matt and Noah, and I said, when you think about Dark Empire art, one of the first things you think about is that famous
It's
one where he
Palpatine's
comes out of
ass.
that and he's naked. And they went, so the first thing you think about when you think of Dark Empire is Naked Palpatine, and that became a thing for a long time. And then the other one
It's true.
is I finished my review of hard merchandise, and I got so pissed off within that review that I chucked my book at the end of it. So
I mean,
that's
I've
but yeah, I have to be a little fair to hit the book, but I
Uh-oh.
became the books and ripped them apart.
Mhm. I believe he's cringe. That was what I've heard. Yeah. His Discord was full of movie-only TCW fanboys. Oh,
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 no.
sorry. I need to stop doing that. I'm sorry. It's like I'm emulating my cats and just
I like it.
on
I'm gonna-
every-
okay. So you say he doesn't even have like Legends content-ish for like a year. So let's put him at F.
No, yeah.
I didn't see any.
If there's a lot of cringe, we could put worst.
Yeah, that's true.
But if
But
that
now we have-
really is his intro with Dark Snowvia, that alone has to,
But
save
that is-
him from worst.
Yeah,
Because
fair.
that's wonderful.
Now we have the biggest EU YouTuber, I think, on this list.
Mandalore.
And Mandalore. I think he either gets an A. He's a little cringe with the Mandalorian stuff, I feel like. But I mean, so is Karen Travis. And he's a big fan of Karen Travis, which is fine. But like, he makes really in-depth EU videos consistently, and he only talks about the EU. So I feel like that's either A or S tier. Plus, he is most definitely the biggest YouTube channel exposure for the EU, the biggest one.
Yeah, you're already turning into a robot. I didn't understand half of it, but whatever.
It's like Twin Peaks talk meets a robot.
Yeah.
In the Red Room.
Okay, so you make points in his favor. And as Marcel said earlier, I could replace Quinlan Voss with him because Quinlan has some bad takes. But this guy, Mandalore, seems to be a Karen Travis fan, which is also pretty terrible, in my opinion.
Yeah. The thing is, like, with a Denning fan, they aren't nearly as toxic on average as a Karen Travis fan. And that's because
awesome.
Karen Travis always like encouraged her fans to just be turds.
But am I
in the forums.
understandable?
Yes.
Yes, now you are.
Not
No,
typical.
stop being it.
Oh,
I want to
Do you
say.
mean
you just
Alex or general?
doomed him.
Wait, what?
I said, do you mean, are you understandable now or in general? Because I have 2 different answers.
Oh, I meant just tell me when I'm sounding like a robot again as soon as I start, okay? So I
Okay.
know. Okay.
kidding.
You can interrupt me, it's fine. But so he is not very toxic to anybody, who doesn't like Karen Travis. The biggest thing he does, which you guys would probably be fine with, is really, really hate on TCW. Though even that he's eased off a bit in the last couple years.
The reason why Quinlan Voss should stay in the top 5 is because he puts out more content than Mandalore does. And even though he doesn't have as big subscriber base as Mandalore, I think that he does much more to bring this community together than Mandalore does.
Amen.
Okay, you know what's gonna be the deciding factor here? Quinlan Voss did his video on my discovery of Ahsoka's final fate in Legends when I asked him to. So I'm gonna
so
keep
did
him
I.
in S. Yeah, that's true. That's why you in B.
You didn't even mention that when you put me in the ranking.
I'm mentioning it now. That's why you.
What is Ahsoka's-
Okay.
Oh, you haven't. Okay, Jeremy hasn't seen it.
Oh, right.
There is an. Okay, let me explain. There is an art book from 2010 called Star Wars Art Visions. Most famously, that's where the picture of naked Ayla Secura is from.
Oh, I am familiar a little
Yeah.
bit with this.
Obviously. But in that book, there's also a picture depicting a lightsaber fight between Darth Vader and Ahsoka Tano. In the background are two unnamed Jedi twins, apparently. And in the background, you can see the burning Jedi temple. And because those pictures, some of them are joke pictures, like not to be taken seriously, but some of them are canon.
Are we talking Vader in suit or pre-suit?
Vader in suit with a stormtrooper there. And because some of these pictures are canon, this means we can, like, all things considered, we can consider this picture to be canon to Legends, which means we have an answer. What happens to Ahsoka?
Yeah, she's not the crook.
Yeah,
of
she's
everything.
gonna die in this fight.
Most definitely.
Yeah, you keep Dave Filoni as far away as possible.
Mhm.
Otherwise,
And
you end up with the season 2 finale of Rebels.
And I'm so proud that I found this fact, this picture, because no one else apparently knows about the book aside from the naked Ayla picture. There's even more naked Twi'leks in the book. I was amazed.
All George approved.
I need
George,
I would
George
say-
that stuff is G canon. George Lucas, it says hand-picked artwork. He approved all of it. He was like, this is good stuff.
I have some George Lucas stories I've heard from people that worked at Lucasfilm
Mhm.
about him and his we'll just call him appetites.
Okay.
And his nickname, Bluebeard.
Yes. Okay. Someone else knows the Bluebeard thing.
Yep.
Well, to be back on the tier list, I think Mandalore at least deserves an A. Because while he may not upload as frequently, his videos are very in-depth when he does release something.
Oh, I don't care where you put him. I just didn't want anyone knocking Brennan out of the top 5. So
That's fair. Hey, I fought for him to stay in S tier. So
Oh boy. Okay, this is Old Republic.
just the Old Republic page. It has the cinematics, which are cool, but I don't know what else.
well, I mean, if it's an actual if it's the actual official page, I think that deserves at least a B or an A for being an actual Star Wars thing.
We do
And
have to
only
debate
doing
this,
Legends.
though. We have
Yeah.
to debate this though because is Old Republic SWTOR canon?
Yes.
Still is
Yeah.
old.
Well-
yeah. Because
Well, canon to the EU.
but I mean
I
like
think so. There's nothing in it that's contradictory to Legends. Other
Yeah,
than
but what
introducing
I've
a Disney
heard, I
race.
don't know if this is true, but that's what people tell me, and what Jeremy is definitely alluding to, that they have started to include Disney canon stuff into SWTOR.
Brennan
Right.
talked about this in a video. They have,
Uh-oh.
as far as they have a race from Disney canon, either mentioned or appearing in one instance of the game, but it's like a very small thing. They're not like a big part of the story or anything.
Okay, because I remember someone saying they have the planet Acto from The Last Jedi in there.
I haven't heard that, and I've played through all the expansions. So
Okay, so it may be bullshit, but yeah, that's what I've heard.
Okay.
I'll look
yeah.
it up now.
But I guess I have seen the cinematics because for my chronology writing and stuff, and that's well done. Like that's great EU content, official. So let's say B. I don't know what
Yeah,
they upload
I would
nowadays.
put them in A, but their cinematics still keep getting better and better. I mean, the only one I don't like is the Deceived one because it's just to me cringe. Like,
Yeah, I recently watched the Deceived one, and I was amazed. Most of it is just slow motion close up of Satil Shan's ass and crotch.
well, I mean, that's always good.
Yeah,
That's not the Deceive trailer. That's the
No, that-
sacrifice.
Yeah, Deceived is when
It's literally
Malgus
just the,
let
the opening
March go in
chapter
the
of that
temple.
book.
Oh,
It's like if you want to see the opening chapters of the Deceived novel in actual, visual form, you just watch that trailer.
Yeah, the part of the book Paul S. Kemp didn't actually care to write.
Yeah, because he's like, there's already a trailer for it. I don't need to go that in depth with it.
And like the Mandalorian in there, he doesn't even give her a name in the book.
Right.
Even though she has a name, he doesn't name.
Yeah.
Paul S. Kemp, I'm sorry, I have to go off on a tangent. I like Paul S. Kemp despite him being an asshole. Because he writes really weird shit. Like
That Jaden Core duology, man.
It's so bizarre, and I love it.
It's
And
awesome.
Deceived is such a weird Old Republic book in the grand scheme of like all the Old Republic stories. It's so different, and like I
Yeah.
appreciate him. He was like
Yeah.
one of the last like fresh writers.
I
And we
agree.
have to say Jaden Core trilogy, kind of. Because
Kind of.
Deceived is an ancestor, maybe, according to
Oh,
Kemp.
Right.
The main smuggler guy,
Right.
Z-Man.
Oh,
Yeah.
He's like Zerit Core. And Kemp was
Right.
like, it's not official by Lucasfilm, but in my mind, ancestor.
Mm.
I think they would have let him make that tie.
All right.
And also just the fact that, I mean, was he forced to do that or did he want to do that? Because who
He
goes, I'm
wanted
going to
to.
make it. Yeah, exactly. That's automatically something positive for me. Is he decided out of all the things he could do, I'm going to make a duology with this random video game character that didn't really have a character because he was meant to be you. So that was great.
That's right.
All right. Let's finish this off. We have.
Yes.
Oh my god, Dark Snowvia is on there.
Ah!
Okay, no, wait, guys, wait, guys, we get to it. Next, okay, we have to get the first one out of the way. I
Yes.
didn't see this before. Star Wars Tourist.
Swotorista. Yeah, Swotorista. She's like the most popular SWOTOR YouTuber, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. She's going to be at
That's
Legends.
pretty EU focused then. Or she's going to be at Legends Con, you said?
Yeah, but isn't it like being SWOTOR focused? It's like being TCW focused, kind of.
I guess in a sense, I don't agree with people that say that SWOTOR is as bad as TCW is in terms of retcons or anything like that. Not by any near stretch.
I mean, from what I've researched for it, the story just seems to be like a mess and just terrible.
I mean, I've watched all the cutscenes. I don't think it is, but I understand.
I've read it. I've researched about all the Return of Revan stuff, and then there's a cool storyline, and it sounded exactly like what I found out it is. It's a random RPG from some of the developers that they just took and put into the game, even though it doesn't fit.
Yeah, I don't know that it's a mess. It's just whether or not you like that story, and I mean most people.
Yeah, it just sounds messy.
I'd rather deal with SWOTOR over Invasion.
Yes, yeah.
Or TCW.
Yeah, I need Brennan to finish that story. Brennan wants to write a fan fiction where Finn dies, and I really hope he does because I want to see that character.
I wanted to write my fan fiction, with Ken Palpatine during the Yuuzhan Vong War. He's gonna meet Dre from Invasion, the only good character from Invasion, the senile old Indian guy.
We'll see whoever writes it first, I guess.
Where does Swotorista go in your ranking?
Okay, you say biggest SWOTOR YouTubers. Let's put a B next to the SWOTOR channel. Sounds fair.
That's fair.
All right.
That's what I've heard.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased. I really think that I think the dragon is a cool freaking vitiate. I think he's Valkorian. I like his voice. I like how he presents himself. I don't know if the story is exactly the most well fleshed out thing, but every time I watch it, I'm having a good time. So
yeah,
what I've learned
like
is that fucking Vitiate, the Sith Emperor, is apparently just as powerful, if not more, than Abeloth, because he has the exact same powers apparently, but lives longer. Abeloth gets defeated in like less than 1 year, and this guy rules for over 1,000.
Well, she's not dead. She just got beat. Well, here's the game. Just real quick.
Robots don't care.
I think that whole Dragon is the cool stuff was good, but I just didn't think it fit in Star Wars. It just felt, shoehorned in.
All right.
That's fair.
Next one. Boys. We got Dark
I gotta
Snowvia.
throw my hood off like Alex Starr did once when he looked like the Unabomber in back in the day. All right, Dark Snowvia. Oh,
Take it from here.
Oh, I'm going to? Okay. So I'm trying to look at this objectively because this man hates me. Absolutely fucking hates me. Although
he
he did once refer to me as small fry and not worth talking about on a
That's
live
funny.
stream. Because
That's
you know,
so stupid.
I made a can rant about him. So he, like I've said before, he has a really large bank of knowledge on the EU, but he's one of the most unpredictable human beings I've ever come across. He used to ask some of the most complex EU questions on the Legends podcast, like shit that Dylan and I would just scratch our heads at.
Yeah.
But like at the same time, he's so easily led by other people.
Hmm.
And then he has his whole political thing now that he throws on his channel. And he is the sweatiest YouTuber. Magnino. Alex, he's like Ripley at the end of Alien sometimes.
Okay, I just took a quick look at his channel description. I would like to read it because holy shit.
Okay.
Okay, first off, for the ranking, worst of all time for political weirdness alone.
Yeah, he took the Tupaca image I have on my my Steam account. He made a Che Guevara. So terrible.
Oh god, I prefer the Czech Pucker image.
Yes.
When did he
I'll
convert
give
to
him
politics?
this. Like a couple years ago. It was like
right after the whole B
2016.
B level had a falling out, which was really funny. And I guess I think they're friends again. It's so hard to tell. These people are so unstable that like that could change within an hour. You know?
Well,
I'm sorry, I'm
I'll give
looking
him
at
this.
his fucking channel aside from the Che Guevara Chewbacca.
I'll give him this.
The banter
Back,
is like the fucking Soviet thing. Like, what even is this?
Sickle and
well,
Hammer.
back when he
Yes,
did
Sickle and Hammer.
reviews.
Mhm.
Back when he did reviews, they were pretty solid. Just besides the sweatiness, and he had a good
Mhm.
intro, which I have since
Yep.
stolen. So
It's true.
Yeah, I should put you further down on the list for that stealing
hey,
from
hey.
Dark Snowvia.
Hey,
Jesus Christ,
hey,
man.
I figured he wasn't using it for.
Dark Snowvia.
I figured
mean-
I figured I would take the bad and use it for good, you know, because I was like,
But-
that was the one redeemable part.
But another thing with him is you'll never know what location he's going to film at. He was to a live stream of him walking down the street. Like he joined a live stream. And he was walking down the street. He also did a video of him maniacally laughing
Oh,
and like talking about salty tears. That's
Jesus. Okay.
I'm trying. I have so much.
Oh my god, he has 1,820 subscribers.
Because he would throw tantrums and people would subscribe to troll him. Like half his subscribers are trolls.
But you know what this means? I may actually catch up to him and get more subscribers.
I hope.
Might.
I hope.
Yeah, I hope so.
I'm actually close. That's pretty good. Okay, I want to read the description. This is fascinating.
And then can we move on from this person, please?
No, we
Yeah,
can't.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, this is my main channel where I produce reviews of books, comics, video games, movies, etc. This is also the place where I do political streams and war on nerds. I'm not sugarcoating it any longer. This channel is political. If you don't like it, unsub. I'm also going to reinforce a policy that I was not enforcing hard enough. Fascists are not welcomed on my channel of any kind. I will block and delete comments from fascist singular that show up on my channel. I will not tolerate their kind any longer. This is a place that is safe for the LBGQ plus indigenous, black, Catholic, Muslim, Jew, and any other persecuted groups that exist. Solidarity solidarity to all my comrades from all over the world.
Comrade.
May the proletariat of the world unite.
That reads like a copy pasta.
No punctuation, no commas.
You have to not only put him in worst of all time, you have to put him all the way to the left.
Okay, no, you know what? What? Fuck it. I think I can do this. Can I? Okay, I can.
Yeah, call it Dark Snowvia.
All right, well, you gotta flop because you moved worst all time above F.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna change that. How do I change? Oh, sorry. Oh shit. I'm fucking all of this up. Okay. Okay, now it's
There
fine.
you go.
There we go.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Oh my god. Yeah. Dark Snowvia and Geeks and Gamers, the yin and yang.
Of the two different sides.
Jesus.
Dark Snowvia is to YouTube as Informal Geek is to Discord.
Mhm. Yeah, we are all safe in his presence. Yeah, I'm sure. I only
Yeah,
remember, I think
no.
I looked at one of his reviews. It was like him sitting in his small apartment in like a sweaty, wife beater. And I could see like his fridge,
Alright.
and it was like dirty, and on top of it was like a bunch of water bottles. And it's
Oh, I saw that review. I know exactly what you're talking about. But we should move on.
yeah, we should. But yeah, I just want to point out he's so special. He got his own tier.
I hope he makes a video response to this.
Oh no! I've never been involved in drama, so if it happens, it'll be my first time.
I haven't been in drama in a while.
Yeah, we need to get back into the game.
Yeah, back to the next one, please.
Okay.
So while you were all talking about Dark Snowvia for 40 minutes, I managed to watch every single video on this next person's channel.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm
Okay.
kidding. I'm kidding. They have an audiobook of Traitor on their channel, which is kind of cool. I don't know. I
That is
haven't
pretty
been able
awesome.
to listen to it, but I don't know if it's like if they read it but there's a lot of NJO content. There's not a ton of videos in general, but like all of it's NJO content.
Okay.
Well, then that's automatically it's NGO.
Yeah.
Their banner is like the
Which
new
is
Jedi Order.
even more niche. Like if somebody says,
Yeah.
"Oh, I've read the Thrawn trilogy," you're like, "Are you really an EU fan?" Like, I mean, you are, but like that's like what everybody goes to. So if you talk about NGO, then you know
Yeah.
that you're really in deep.
You're not. It's like
If you
like
talk
when
about
you
something like
figure-
Runes of Dantooine, we know.
Well, it's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
I'm saying I'm a fan of Dragonlance the second generation. Like, you know, that's a big deal. That means you got into it and you're not afraid of the sad.
It sounds like he created the Traitor audiobook himself, and there seems to be sound effects and music. So
That's awesome.
That is
Yeah.
dope.
I don't know how good it is, but it sounds like a person
That's-
speaking, not an AI.
To me, that doesn't matter. I consider that God's work
Yeah.
at that point.
But yeah, that is. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, next up we have Sheaf Talks.
We have probably the biggest YouTuber that I've ever talked to, but none of his videos are EU related at all.
I was thinking that
Oh,
because his name is Sheaf.
But
His-
but
his-
he is an EU fan, and he did
He is an EU fan.
did a 5-hour, it was like 5-hour review of Kenobi that just absolutely obliterates that show. That's
But
worth
it's not
something.
EU related. But
No, it's
he
not,
does
no.
mention the EU here and there in the videos themselves, but none of them are topically EU. So I can't say he can really be that high. He could be an E at most, but it's not
Okay.
really EU related.
She
But as a
was an
Star Wars
S in my
YouTuber,
heart.
it's pretty high.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's an S in my heart.
Yeah.
Okay. Only 4 left. NJO Reviews, I think it says.
I don't know if I'm actually subscribed to this or not. Oh, wait. I think I actually might know who this guy is. But yeah, I think he's just going through NGO right now. which is automatically at least a C.
They only have 12 subscribers, which doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
But they only also have like 8 videos, and the last time they put out a video was 10 months ago.
Oh, yeah.
What is
Well,
it
life
about?
might have gotten in the way.
Yeah, it looks like they put out like 8 videos like within the span of a few months, and then well, they're all reviews. Like there's a review of Recovery, Balance Point, Agents of Chaos, Dark Tide, Invasion, Revenants, Chewbacca, Comic Vector Prime. So it looks like they were going in order, but they stopped.
Oh,
So-
that's
No.
E.
Or a D. I mean, it's at least EU focused.
Yeah, okay, then D, and sad if that just stopped. Okay, what Force Wave?
Yeah, Force Wave is the one who like goes on Twitter and YouTube and just says the EU was never canon.
Oh,
Why
then
did Quinn and Voss put him up here then?
Maybe as like a
I think that's a joke.
Oh, I mean, he also put Dark Snowvia up, so.
I would say that's definitely worst of all time. Yeah. When you try pulling that crap. Honestly, that's worse than the clickbaity titles when you tried to say that the EU wasn't canon.
What did I miss?
Oh, this guy.
Force Wave,
Oh,
the guy that
yeah.
says the EU wasn't canon constantly.
Oh, that bitch tit. That's blatantly wrong. That's like saying extended universe.
Yeah.
The extended universe.
The extended universe.
Okay. Drunken Rancor, I'm gonna guess this is it.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, Marcel needs to do some research.
I know who the last one is.
I'm
Me
on
and
it.
Marcel know him well, but we'll wait
Yeah,
for that.
I'm
one.
on it. Drunken Rancor, is that?
I think that's what it says here.
Okay, 9 subscribers. Drunken Star Wars breakdowns.
Oh,
Okay.
And it seems like actually I'm gonna subscribe to this person. It's all Heir to the Empire.
Okay.
There's a picture of Joe Exotic with one of them.
Okay.
Um,
That sounds pretty funny.
and it's literally just that person talking about the book Heir to the Empire. Is he reading it
Drunk.
while being drunk?
I don't know. I have no clue. We might have to come back to this one. We might have to all watch this person's content and come back to it because
Yeah, on a separate live
Yeah,
stream.
okay.
I'm intrigued by the premise.
That sounds awesome.
And the last one.
Okay,
With, like,
where do we
one
put him
video.
then?
I don't know. I'd put him.
I'm gonna put him at B for now. He might actually go into like, the top 5 of all time
Yeah.
if his content is as good as it seems to be.
This next one is a good friend from Discord.
So, Noah, have you seen the video he put out? It's an AI.
There's
of
one
George
video.
Lucas.
Yeah.
No, I
Saying
don't
that
think
he wasn't
Yeah.
canon.
Can I
That's
share
so
screen
funny.
and play it for us?
Yes.
It's really
yeah,
funny.
sure.
Okay. Tell me if you can see it.
There it is.
Okay. Listen to this.
The expanded universe was never canon, never. I never intended it to be important to all of Star Wars. It's just my 6 films and Dave's Clone Wars. Dave was really important when it came to expanding on my 6 films, especially the next 3, or the newest ones. Hopefully that puts an end to that debate. I can't tell you the amount of times that a fan of the comics and stuff would come up to me and try to talk about it. I can't stand them. Literally, I can't stand those people. They aren't true Star Wars fans. Not in my eyes, at least.
And
Okay, this is awesome.
the best thing about that is that someone, like some Disney canon shill, like picked that up, like clipped it from Slav's channel and made a video being like, here's finally proof George Lucas said the canon universe was never canon.
Okay.
That's great. I think
Okay.
that's S tier alone, even though it's the only video on his channel.
I know this is top 5, but he gets the 6th spot just for this video. he needs to do more. He has figured out how this fucking AI shit works, so we need more.
The funny thing about Slav is that even without the AI, he actually
a
does
really-
George's
yeah.
he does George Lucas's voice so good as an impression. So
Mm. Oh man.
There you go.
And
There's
I
a
think
list.
we are done.
We've done it.
Yeah, some
So,
dishonorable
with the S tier
mentions.
of all time. Oh, okay. Dishonorable mentions. Let's go.
People we didn't touch. Honorable mentions, my opinion, I put Django Fett at a D tier because his
Mhm.
channel just is so in decline now. Honestly, he has some really good EU videos, but they're all pretty old. B level, I'd put in the Dark Snowvia
I was gonna do the same. They belong
category.
to each other.
That's about that. We didn't put Minox Nest.
Hmm.
Oh, right.
Minox Nest, I know they don't do anything anymore because Tim died, but they were an OG. They were like the first OG to be like a collective OG in the EU movement.
I remember watching that Minox Nest podcast on YouTube.
Well, I was on it.
Yeah, years ago.
I
And
was.
I watched it, and that was the first time I have ever heard Matt Wilkins swear.
Yes, apparently. So, according to legend, it was before I was on. Matt went on a Dave Filoni rant where he dropped a bunch of F bombs, and Tristan forgot to hit record, and he asked him to do it again. Matt said no.
Oh,
But yeah, that was a fun podcast. It was like the Bad Boys podcast. We said a bunch of foul things. I used to be their editor. That's how I got started with them. Was I edited for them because I
That's
could edit quickly. But yeah, it was a shit show almost all the time. But I would put them in A tier.
all right.
All right, guys, I got to drop off, but this was fun.
Yeah.
And, send all of your hate mail to Noah, not to Noah. That way.
Yes, no, send it to Alex. You're right. You're right.
Send it to Alex and Noah, not to me.
All
right,
but
take
before
care.
you go, Marcel, we may
Yeah.
have put you in A tier, but you deserve S tier. But this
C-
is Noah's
C tier.
ranking.
I'll
and
take C tier. That's my
why?
final
No,
offer.
you stupid idiot. You're S. Shut up and leave.
Okay.
He looks like
we
Dave
need to scream
Filoni. He
together.
can't be S tier.
All right. Take care, guys.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bye.
It's in here. So how about that James Bond censorship?
Oh boy.
I will save
change
it
the
for a
topic.
live and let's discuss because we're gonna have to talk about that in our first episode.
Oh boy.
Live and let's discuss. Or Noah's and my 007 podcast is coming back with Moonraker.
The best film.
Oh, you know what? I will say this. I liked it more than I thought it was going to.
Ah, see, that's positive.
I still didn't like it. But it's not, especially at this point, in a post No Time to Die world.
What you have to say about Moonraker? Moonraker just tries to be an entertaining film.
Yeah, well, it tries to rip off Star Wars.
Yeah,
So hard.
but at least it's trying to rip off a good movie. A fun
you
movie.
Have you finished the novelization?
Yeah. I skimmed a little bit through the ending, but overall, yeah. It's
There's-
weaker than The Spy Who Loved Me novel, but
Oh, yeah. But it has some cool stuff that he added
Mhm.
in. There's a whole sequence that I think they ran out of money and just didn't film it.
what was it? Because I'm thinking.
It was
I
when
haven't
Bond
I
goes
haven't
to
rewatched
space.
Moonraker, but there was one scene early on where Bond is chased by a woman in a car or something, which I don't remember if that was in the film.
No.
No,
No.
okay.
No, there's a scene near the end that he's in space. Like he puts on a spacesuit and he takes out a laser.
Hmm.
And it feels like Fleming's Bond, but in space, which is just bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are you going to reread the Moonraker novel?
No, because I think I have it just fresh in my mind.
Yeah, I just have to look up character names.
Yeah.
Well, on the topic of the YouTubers, just want to say, Noah, that if I said this before, but if it wasn't for you and my constant need to try to defend Denning in your Discord for a year and a half by myself against everyone else, I don't think I'd be as popular as I am now, because I had like maybe like 70 subscribers, and after all of that, I've boosted up to 300, and I think that's in large part due to you. So I have to give you props for that. Plus, your videos are really good when I can understand them. A bunch of them are in German, so they can't understand it. Like you can't understand me when I'm a robot. But and then as for Jeremy, I've seen you for years. Haven't really talked to you, but your videos have been fantastic too. Whether they're EU or not, because even when I don't understand what you're talking about, because I didn't read the book you're talking about, I still find your video entertaining. Like I've watched all your Alien book reviews, even though I've never read a single Alien book.
That's okay.
I've enjoyed all those reviews, and all the Stephen King stuff as well. Like I haven't read any Stephen King. I've watched the movies, but I really enjoy your channel, and you were one of the first I saw when I started becoming an EU fan. So you helped me out a lot.
When did you start becoming an EU fan?
Oh, well, it was after The Last Jedi, so that would have been like 2016 or something.
Oh, yeah, 2017. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I never, well, I mean, I went back and watched a lot of your videos, but when I found out about you, but I never actually knew about the EU because I'm only 22. So like Revenge of the Sith came out, I was 4. So, you know.
That's no excuse, dude. I'm 23.
That was the age I was when I saw Phantom Menace in the theater.
Yeah, but so I finished, Last Jedi. I didn't like the direction it took, but I thought Kylo Ren was probably the best part of the whole thing. Like I said, so I looked it up. I found Ryan Kennel, then I found Matt Wilkins, and through Matt Wilkins, I found a couple other people, and you were one of them. And I saw you in your basement reviewing like Mall Lockdown, and I watched all that and a couple other ones, and so I subscribed to you since then. So, but you're one of the OGs, so you're one of the reasons this fandom is the way it is today. So, despite your Denning hate, it's okay. You and Noah can have the same opinion. I'll still love you. It's okay.
I would rather be Denning than Travis.
That's fair.
Any day of the week. I like Denning wasn't in my most hated EU authors.
Oh, which was fun, and we have to do the top 10 favorites soon because I made my list. Just quick, Sivat, you watched Dr. No, good choice. You missed everything. You missed the epic Dark Snowvia beatdown.
Hey,
Jesus Christ.
Wasn't as bad as my canned rants on the fucker.
You know what? I'm gonna share screen right now. Here's his page. This is real.
So embarrassing.
Oh my god. Oh.
There, his epic description. Jesus Christ.
It's crazy.
See, I still prefer my Tupaca.
Oh man.
Wholesome for the whole family.
So cringe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh Lord.
And it's a shame knowing that this is not trolling.
No. That's the thing with Dark Snowvia. He's one of the most genuine human beings in his beliefs. Like he believes that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna look at his videos right now. Fuck it. It's already cursed, the search algorithm. I'm gonna be flooded by Dark Snowvia videos now anyway.
It's all right. I forgot to switch the YouTube channel we were watching videos on my TV, and my girlfriend watched a bunch of Jenna Marbles. So now it's Jenna Marbles. Doesn't make videos anymore.
Oh boy.
It seems like there's a lot more political stuff now than there's even reviews.
Yeah, because he was getting really into Star Trek when he and I had our schism, and now that's not really a thing anymore either.
Every video on here is political, and then there's just one Star Trek.
There's one Star Trek book. Yeah.
Just keep going. There we go. Here's Star Wars.
Lando.
Oh, that's 9 months ago.
Oh wow, his political stuff now gets a lot more views than his Star Wars. Well, because all the Star Wars people left.
Yeah,
probably.
And the Star Trek
stuff, no one cares.
Yeah, no,
that's unhinged. You're a disgrace. Oh man.
A real working class protest demanding higher wages, medical benefits, respect, and dignity.
Nice.
Fascist on the street of Florida. He keeps using like, isn't it fascists? Like plural?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, then he's just a fuck up. Illiterate. Moron.
No, we don't talk about that, Siffer. Shut up. We don't bring that up. No. Damn it. Okay, so when I was in high school,
Your TV
I-
stations are fucking terrible, Civet.
yeah, when I was in high school, I made some response videos because I used to watch like a lot of atheists and like reaction videos to like vegans and stuff.
Mhm.
So I made a couple of my own, and they're bad. But I don't delete it because I'd rather just show that I've changed a lot.
Guys,
So
his Shatterpoint re-review, he calls it Shutterpoint.
Shutterpoint.
Shutterpoint re-review.
Shutterpoint.
And it's all lowercase. Like,
How do you do that? How do you mess up a title?
Shutterpoint. That's like a
He doesn't-
Matt
he
Wilkins
doesn't-
level.
like proofread before he publishes.
Oh
Oh
my
God,
gosh!
no
why is
punctuation.
Bosch there? Oh,
Okay, now I
no.
want to see if there's any more typos. Shutterpoint.
Oh, there will be.
Oh god.
Oh, we got some Robert Jordan reviews.
More Star Trek stuff. The gaming industry is bullshit. Anti-mask and anti-waxer stupidity. Infantile leftist ramblings.
Oh my gosh.
Guardians of the Galaxy being the downfall of the MCU.
That was. Oh. Oh my gosh.
Warning, the narcissist detected. That's appropriate.
Oh my goodness.
I'm so glad that I've had a beer and it's not even 11.
Mhm.
Christ. Oh no, it is. It's noon here.
Oh my god, Luke Skywalker and The Shadows of the Mindor review.
Of the Mindor.
The Shadows of the Mindor.
What is friendship?
What? Where?
Dost, what is friendship? It's the one with Anakin.
What
and
is
Obi-Wan.
friendship? Addressing B levels, non-apology, hashtag denounce
Put
B
it on, put it
levels,
on, put it on. Put it on. I need to see this.
Oh no.
hashtag denounce
Oh,
B levels. It's 17 minutes. Oh my god, responding
No.
to be liberal, the liar. Hashtag
Oh.
denounce B levels.
No. No.
We
This
need
is
this.
legendary stuff.
Oh my god, we need this.
How I think
Oh
the
man,
new
Grumpy, you
canon
missed so
should
much. I
utilize
just
the
ranked
character.
every Star Wars YouTuber,
No.
and now we are looking at Dark Snowvia's channel,
Star Wars
aka
reviews
the
are
literal insane
fine.
person.
His Star Wars reviews are fine. It's like he's
But
like
they are
a
littered
nerd
with
who just-
typos. Shutterpoint.
Yeah, it's like
Shutterpoint.
he just
My
remains a
statement
normal
towards
individual when
B-level.
talking about Star Wars, but once he steps outside of that, whole different
I
ballgame.
said Shakura.
Jesus, maybe I have to look at this later.
Oh god.
But this
dude.
is cursed.
That's an understatement.
My response to be liberals tone deaf apology. Hashtag denounce B level, and it's some anime picture of a guy getting punched.
Or slapped.
I think
Yeah,
it's
slapped.
supposed to be a slap.
Yeah.
It looks bizarre.
It's like two different people. It's like Moon Knight or something.
He wishes.
How I think the new canon should utilize the character of Raven. Raven! He calls him Raven! That's so
Raven.
Raven.
That's
Great, you know,
the future I
Teen
can see.
Titans.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought of first.
Oh, Jedi Cantina 12. Why the EU movement failed from my perspective.
Failed? We're still going. What do you mean?
We got Lightsider. You
Well, that was the
fucking
whole
idiot.
thing.
got
They created
Lightsider.
they created their whole council in exile. That was B-Level's group. They were the council in exile because they didn't support twin sons anymore.
Oh boy. Didn't he claim like that Dylan was a fraud who steals money?
He claimed that of like Brian and all that.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Dylan is definitely a fraud. He has to pay to keep that piss couch.
Okay, so everyone, Dylan's YouTube channel is Dak303. He doesn't post anything. But if you ever see Dak303, comment on something, that's Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to mention that earlier.
Yeah, he needs to make the piss couch his profile picture.
Alrighty.
Also,
Well,
Dylan, also known as John Tuttle, also known as John Sadler. That joke never gets old, even though no one knows.
I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it was nice talking to both of you. It was fun seeing a list. I'm glad. I'm surprised I got B tier. I was expecting D or F. So
Yeah.
thank you.
You happy you got to experience the Dark Snowvia breakdown?
Honestly, no. I think I should have just. This is like ignorance is bliss, you know.
Yeah, now you have seen all of this. You have seen Shutterpoint.
Yeah, Shutterpoint.
You can't go back from Shutterpoint.
No, there's no going back.
You
Have a good rest of your days or nights or whatever it is for you guys. Or for you, it's
Yeah.
not night, but for Noah, I think. What is it?
Yeah.
What
It
time
is
for
night.
you?
It's dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his bedtime. It's his
Yeah.
sleepy time.
I mean, once you leave, Jeremy and I can talk about James Bond in more detail. I
There you
want
go.
to talk about the recent news.
Okay, yeah,
Alrighty.
let's do it.
It's not Jeremy.
It's good meeting you.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, you have learned very much. Oh, I'm sorry. Out of control already.
Christ. You let me in while I was at work. I had to clock out for this. Oh Lord. James Bond censorship.
It's happening. What a surprise.
I have a feeling that they will go back to the way it was, like pretty quickly. Because these aren't going to sell well. Everyone's upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
The problematic people, the people that want this, don't read James Bond.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so dumb. Yeah, it's weird. These aren't going to sell well. No one's going to care.
Mm-hmm. It's just so stupid. Someone made a great comment about it. He said, like, live and let die. It's going to be like 40 pages long.
Yeah. And here's the thing, like, stuff in there is blatantly racist, but it is the perspective of Britain of that time.
Yeah.
That censoring it is not going to change how things were.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just accept it and don't do it. Pure and simple. It's like the racist Looney Tunes cartoons. Like,
I don't even understand how people can be offended by something like that. Like, you just think, yeah, of course he's using those words. It's the 50s. Like, I understand what context is.
yeah, it's people that want to be offended. Is what it really comes down to, you know.
Yeah.
And that's a big thing. Yeah, everyone save your physical media. I'm building up my movie collection again because God knows what some of the things I like aren't just going to be made anymore.
Mm-hmm. But this is the news broke. I think I had just woken up and I was really tired and I opened Discord and someone sent me the link about an article talking about it. And it's like, oh God, great news to wake up to.
Yeah.
And I mean, apparently it's only affecting like the English versions.
Of course.
Because I have some Germans here who want to read it. The German versions are fine, and they will probably not going to be changed because that would require extra work.
Mhm.
And the
No,
German publisher is not going to do that.
They probably won't. And the publisher will probably go back. Fleming's books, they've been through so many different publishers. over the years. The Bond IP as it stands now is kind of a shit show.
Yep.
I mean, we're getting that new Bond trilogy that doesn't have Bond in it.
Yeah.
A
James
book.
Bond has vanished.
And the protagonist is in like a wheelchair.
Yeah, it was like I think it was a diversity cast. One is a black woman, one is a guy in a wheelchair, one guy has autism or something. It's just weird and strange. And they say like, oh, is this new team of agents having to find out what happened to James Bond who has disappeared? And it's like, Jesus Christ, no. The James Bond, it's not a universe. It's
No.
one character.
No,
It's the same with stuff like Indiana Jones. You don't have a world, you have one character.
yeah, and the whole thing. I'm trying to. It's like, did you ever read that Aliens did a series of short stories called Bug Hunt?
I've heard you talk about it. I haven't.
Yeah, I reviewed it years ago. Not all those stories had xenomorphs in them, which was a problem. With the exception of like one that was the history of the pulse rifle, which was probably one of the best stories that wasn't written by Dave Wolverton in there. Like they were mostly forgettable garbage. Like it's like if we had an Indiana Jones book where we have the new girl from Dial of Destiny and Sala and Mac. Although that would make sense, but
Somehow Meg returned.
somehow Mac was okay after being thrown into an alien
Another
species.
dimension.
Yeah, I'll be okay. I'm
He
reading
just comes
through
back.
the Crystal Skull right now, and they don't refer to him as Mac.
The novelization?
Yeah.
Huh.
His
What do they
name's
call him?
like Arthur McCarthy or something like that.
Okay.
Have you not read Kingdom of the Crystal Skull?
No, only the trilogy.
You need to read Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah, I wanted to read it in order, which means Army of the Dead and then Crystal Skull.
Yeah, fair enough. Because I think there are some references to Army of the Dead in there. Because that's the only Indiana Jones story that deals with Indiana Jones being part of kind of the CIA.
Obviously, it's the furthest in the timeline.
Yeah. Well, because is it though? It's during World War II. Army of the Dead, because the Japanese are involved. It's one of the
I
few
could have.
times-
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, its point is to chronicle how Mac and Indy meet. It also funny it explains the hat and why the hat changes per movie. It's apparently he's had the same hat since the prologue of Last Crusade. It's all been the same hat. He hasn't re-hatted all the time. Because all the fans had speculated for so long. I was just looking into this today because I bought an Indiana Jones hat the other day, and like they have different styles of them, and I'm like, what do you mean? And the apparently when they made Temple of Doom, the mold they made the Raiders hat with, because they don't use the same hat. Well, they use multiple hats per movie, but the mold they used to make the Raiders hat, the guy who made the hat lost it. He had to make a different one, and that's why the Temple of Doom hat looks different than the Raiders hat. And then they had him come back, and he made a different hat for Last Crusade. And then they had a big like Indiana Jones fan site that makes authentic Indiana Jones hats, make the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull hat, which is really similar to Last Crusade's hat. But like apparently in Army of the Dead, the worst Indiana Jones book, according to just about everyone. Indy says like it's been thousands of dollars have been spent keeping this hat together.
Because it's insane.
Because in the young Indiana Jones show, it looks completely different. Like it has a different band around it than in any of the Indiana Jones movies.
Hmm.
So, like, I guess he like changed the style of it a lot of the time. And then the hat looks different in the prologue of Last Crusade than it does in the Last Crusade movie.
Yep. Oh man.
Thank you.
Not. I don't think they will get purged. I think if they ever try to do that, they would get attacked themselves. Like,
Yeah. I'm so glad we're doing Live and Let's Discuss.
hmm.
We're preserving a lot of this history.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Stephen King's books to get like censored.
Oh, it's never gonna see the light of day again.
It's like most of the like the classics.
Mhm. They're gonna get rid of Carrie. What else? Definitely The Stand.
Dead Zone. They get rid of Dead Zone. I mean, a 9-year-old's assaulted and murdered.
Oh yeah, I do still need to reread that one.
It's such. I hate it. I kind of hate Dead Zone. I can't. Hot take. I kind of hate it. I like the Castle Rock Strangler stuff because that feels like King. I hate all the political stuff.
Okay.
And when you read it, after reading Sleeping Beauties, in a post-reading Sleeping Beauties world, and you look at Dead Zone, you see the footsteps towards that.
Oh boy. See, that's the thing. I don't remember enough from my first read. I remember all of the Strangler stuff, and I remember it was kind of jarring how the plot shifted.
Yes, it shifts 3 times.
I only remember the 2 with like the serial killer plot and then the political plot.
Well, because you have the physical therapy in there too, and the rehabilitation.
Oh yeah, which
And
is weird because that was pre-accident.
What?
Rehabilitation stuff. Because usually that became his big thing after his own car accident. You know, when
Yeah,
he got run
yeah.
over.
Oh yeah. He doubled down on that. Then he doubled down on what you know.
Oh my god, Matt Wilkins is here finally. Well, you see.
Yes.
Yes.
He was ranked number 1. You were ranked number 3.
Chris Nelson is ahead of you.
Yeah, he's number 2.
Let me show you the list. First off, Matt, we were looking at Dark Snowvia's channel, which is insane. Jeremy, just because I noticed this, he reviewed The Gunslinger 2 years ago.
I remember when he did it.
Okay. So all I can say right now is never go on this channel. Don't go anywhere near it.
Don't ever speak to him.
We read the description. It's pure insanity, and it's not a shit post, which is concerning. Really, really concerning. But let me share the another screen. This one. Okay, this is the ranking. She is in A. As you can see, you are in top 5 all-time favorites, which is actually 6 people, including one person at the bottom here who only has 1 video, but it's an amazing video. And as you can see at the bottom, we have Star Wars Fury, Hello Greedo, Star Wars On High, Lore Star, and Force Wave. And then in this special tier, we have Dark Snowvia. Yeah. Oh boy. It was quite a journey to get here.
Yeah, I didn't even know this was happening till Adam messaged me saying that I was in S tier.
Oh yeah, he showed up, which was nice. I put him and Matthew in B, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, truly a league of his own.
Yeah.
We also talked about that at one point I have to do a documentary on the Great Wilkins Civil War from a few years ago because it needs to be documented. And Chris Nelson's series of like the history of the expanded universe fandom, you know, he glossed over it because he didn't want to go into much detail. But I want to tell the story from my perspective because that was when I was still just like a viewer and not making content. And oh boy,
Was that before the Independence Day stream when you showed up on there?
yeah, that was before.
When
Oh, I think it was
when I looked like ET.
Yeah. Yeah, it was before. I was thinking maybe same time-ish, but I think it was mostly resolved by the time I, joined in with my own channel and everything.
Yeah, I was living in the den of racism at the time, as I like to call that house. Yeah, that was a time. That was a bad time.
Oh, Quinlan Voss just messaged me. He's amazed. He's in the top 5. Wait till he watches the video and the arguing about it.
Lord. But yeah. Highly recommend Kingdom of the Crystal Skull to read. There's a whole 2 chapters that are before the movie even starts. That are pretty good. It's not as good as like the others.
Yeah, I've heard there were apparently some constrictions put on the offer by Lucas and Spielberg.
And it's blatant that there are. And it's probably why Rob McGregor was denied writing it, because he tried to write Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. He wanted that to be his big return. They said, no, but you can write Staff of Kings. And then they never published it.
Shame.
But you can listen to it on his podcast. He's done readings of it.
Oh, which reminds me, I just recorded my review for it, for Indiana Jones and the Unicorn's Legacy.
Okay.
So I've catched up. Now I only need to read his final indie novel, Interior World.
Interior World. And then you're on the Max McCoy.
Yeah, duology, and then 4 books by this other guy. And then finally the German exclusive books.
Yes, which you gave me a bunch of those.
Mm-hmm.
How many am I missing of those?
I think 2. You have 6 of them, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and there's 8 of them. 1 was sold out, and the other one is kind of hard to find for some reason.
Okay. But yeah, Indiana Jones books, they're kind of weird, but they're worth checking out.
Yeah. And they are still canon.
Yes.
And
we'll see after
we will see how that changes.
Diarrhea of Destiny comes out.
Yeah. I wonder if they're gonna do like any sort of like promotional material, like a comic or a book.
They've done promotion. Hasbro's done some toys.
Oh, okay.
That's all they've done. They've announced so far.
I think Lego announced some stuff, but I think that's from the earlier movies even.
Yeah, that was the whole thing with the there really aren't any Dial of Destiny toys. They're all for like Raiders toys. And that's the thing with the Indiana Jones IP, it's kind of been a shit show. There were no toys for Last Crusade when it came out. There were 2 figures for Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
They did a small line of toys. Kenner did a small line of toys for Raiders. And then it wouldn't be till Kingdom of the Crystal Skull came out that we got the infamous Indiana Jones figures from Hasbro that have the worst likeness that I've ever seen on figures from that era. They were really poseable, but they had terrible, terrible faces.
That would be awesome, but sadly not happening. Some reprints.
Yeah, I was hoping Marvel would release the Further Adventures of Indiana Jones in an omnibus. Or 2. Or like release the Dark Horse stuff in an omnibus, but they aren't doing anything.
Yeah. Shame, really.
Yeah, because like they've been releasing all the Alien stuff in omnibuses. They started doing Predator. They're really doubling down on Star Wars. I mean, we're getting a new Star Wars omnibus in like a week, I think. I haven't seen anything.
Are you guys stoked for Dialysis of Destiny? When is it coming out? Just let me ask.
May.
May. Okay.
I will say this. Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I thought was the worst looking of the 4 films. Dial of Destiny looks the same as Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. And Kingdom of the Crystal Skull came out like pushing 15 years ago now.
Yeah.
It's so cheap. It's not the cheapest thing I've seen from Disney. That new Peter Pan movie looks like a Sci-Fi Channel movie. Well, it looks identical to the Willow series, which looked like a Sci-Fi Channel movie. It looked like Highlander: The Source, and that's not a compliment, but I threw that out there for Matt.
Oh god, I'm not excited for it. I think it's definitely not going to be good.
No, and I think like it's going to ruin the Indiana Jones IP, and that's saying something. There's a lot of bad things in Indiana Jones.
It's gonna be amazing if it has like the same the same is gonna happen as with Star Wars. The George Lucas, Steven Spielberg Crystal Skull bullshit, regarded as the worst movie, rightfully so. And then here comes Disney doing another one, and somehow it makes people appreciate Crystal Skull more.
I appreciate Kingdom of the Crystal Skull for what it is. It's not good. I cannot say that Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is a good movie. It's passable. Like, if you didn't want Last Crusade to be the end, you want Indy to be married, like, I guess it works fine. There's a lot of plot holes. There's some really bad effects, like really, really bad effects. There's some really dumb shit in there, but you have continuity with the Young Indiana Jones show. Although they did retcon him not having a daughter.
Because Spielberg didn't like it.
Spielberg didn't like it, so they re-edited the whole Young Indiana Jones show to get rid of old Indiana Jones.
And now he can finally die in the next movie. And you know what's amazing? This next Dial of Destiny is gonna make all of Crystal Skull useless. He has a kid, he's dead. He has a wife, probably also dead or divorced now. Nothing matters. The two big things gone.
Yeah. The only thing that they're bringing from Kingdom of the Crystal Skull into this is the Dean from Kingdom of the Crystal Skull is in Dial of Destiny. That's it. I mean, it's nice to see Sala, I guess, again. Like, that's... But okay. Do we need Sala? I bet you Sala's... It's going to be 5 minutes of Sala.
At most.
At most. I'm really hoping they don't pull a No Time to Die Felix situation. And just kill him in the lamest way.
That's my worst nightmare.
No Time to Die. They act like Felix and Bond are friends, but we haven't seen him since Quantum of Solace.
We literally haven't seen him in like 15 years.
He didn't even interact with Bond in Quantum of Solace.
No, they met at a bar, and Felix gave him some information, and then some bad guys came in, attacking Bond and firing at him, and Felix kept drinking. And that was the last interaction for like 15 years.
And like Felix interacts with the villain about buying oil. Like, that's his big...
For the Americans, yeah.
For the Americans. And that's his last scene. and then he shows up in No Time to Die, and they're acting like they did in the old Bond.
Yeah.
Which, unless 007 Legends is a thing.
It must be, because in Skyfall, they pretend like, of course, he has the Goldfinger car.
He has the
Obviously, he's James Bond. It doesn't fit at all, but here we are.
He has the Vantage V8 from Living Daylights and No Time to Die.
Yeah.
And
the portrait of what's his face? M.
M from that same movie.
Who was the actor again? But
I can't remember.
And it's like, see these references, but it's like it doesn't mean anything. He's not the same character. It's not the same loose continuity as the previous 20 films, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't count.
It doesn't work.
Same with like his relationship in Skyfall with M, Judi Dench, where it's like it's emotionally and it works for us as Bond fans because Judi Dench also played M in the Brosnan era.
Yes.
But realistically speaking, this is a reboot. All we have with this Judi Dench M and Craig is Casino Royale, Quantum, and then Skyfall. And I don't believe the emotion for a second.
No, it doesn't work. None of that, the Craig era, works as a whole.
No, what's weird is his last movies are so bad, it almost makes me appreciate Quantum a bit more.
We'll have to see. I have to rewatch all of them. And what I plan to do, because that will be next season, not this coming season, it'll be the following season, we tackle Craig.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to watch them all in one day.
Oh, that's quite a commitment.
I'm going to, because my dad is a huge Daniel Craig fan. That's his favorite Bond, because he's a Jason Bourne fan.
Mm-hmm.
And Casino Royale was like the Bourne identity. So he loved it. So we're going to sit. He has not seen No Time to Die or Spectre.
Did I tell you what my dad did with No Time to Die? Okay, so I had to buy No Time to Die on Amazon Prime because I wasn't going to go to the theater or anything. And my dad, he can also watch Amazon Prime downstairs on the TV. And he's like, oh, you bought a James Bond movie. I'm going to watch it. So he started watching. He got 45 minutes in. And then the credits song started by Billie Eilish.
Mm-hmm.
And he turned it off. And the next day, he came to me and was like, yes, so I tried to watch the movie, and then it was like an hour in, and then the song started. It's like, what? We are still in the prologue? And then he just gave up.
It's the longest prologue ever. It's the reverse of Never Say Never Again. Where that just starts with the prologue, which we're tackling that this season.
Okay.
That's
I think I may appreciate it more.
We'll watch, I think.
Oh, Sivat, get out of here with your trolling. Low effort.
You know who thought it was a masterpiece was Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
God, they had to pull teeth. Like literally, he lost a bunch of teeth in one of those movies. I think it's Quantum of Solace. He got hit in the face and he lost a bunch of his teeth and they had to have them replaced.
Ouch.
Yeah, he got horribly mangled in every one of his movies because he would do his own stunts.
Because he thinks he's Tom Cruise?
Yeah, it's an ego thing.
Yeah. Did Tom Cruise ever get this, like, injured doing his stunts?
He nearly drowned in one of those Mission Impossible movies. I know that.
Yeah, I think the fourth one had the one.
Yeah, with he had to hold his breath for like 5 minutes or something like that. Which what's her face from Titanic just broke his record for the new Avatar movie. Which I have refused to watch, the new Avatar movie. Why does anyone care about Avatar: The Way of Water? I don't get it. Like it's a decade too late.
Yep.
For that. Like Avatar is just like not that good of a movie. It didn't deserve Oscars. which have you seen? Red Letter Media posted this in one of their reviews when they reviewed that vampire movie, which I can't remember what it's called.
On which show? Best of the Worst?
It was on review.
On review.
The one with Bill Paxton in it. I want to say it's like Near Dark or something like that. It's a good movie, but it's directed by James Cameron's ex-wife, who directed The Hurt Locker, which I think is a terrible movie, but it's better than Avatar. And they were both up for Best Picture, like nomination at the Oscars, and she won, and he refused. Like James Cameron refused to clap. He's such a douche.
Oh,
like
man.
He's such a douche jerk off. Like his movies, it's like a slow, like his ego getting involved. Because like you look at Piranha 2, and it's just a director for hire thing, which I think Piranha 2 is better than a lot of his later movies because it's so damn funny. But Terminator's a solid action movie. Aliens, getting a little jerk-offy with his opinions on things. Then you get The Abyss, and it's really jerk-offy. And like Terminator 2, same thing. And then like you get to fucking Avatar, and he considers himself a fucking artist. Like, what the fuck? You're not an environmentalist artist. You write terrible dialogue. You don't write lofty dialogue. That's a problem with Titanic, and it's more a problem with Avatar. You write dumb action movies. You write dialogue that just gets the plot going. Like, don't give me this no fate but what we make for ourselves bullshit. Like, get that fucking shit out of here.
And I agree with this comment. I have never seen the first Avatar.
To
me, it has always been this weird phenomenon that I have never like understood. Like,
it was the last big, oh wow, those special effects are fucking great because it's in 3D. Like, I saw it in the theater because of the hype, and I thought, oh, it's okay. Like, it's entertaining. But like, it's just him jerking off. And he did like this whole series on AMC where he like interviewed other sci-fi directors. It was an excuse for him just to like jerk off that he made Terminator and Avatar. And he interviewed George Lucas. And it's the most insufferable thing to watch because that's when George Lucas officially decided that Star Wars was about Vietnam and not World War II. And that the rebels were the Viet Cong. And that the Empire was the Nixon administration. Like, shut up. That's like a Stephen King level of dumb political opinion.
Oh, man. Wasn't it even with Terminator? Didn't he get sued by some science fiction horror author?
Yes. There's a science fiction... Is The Outer Limits is what the TV show was called. And yeah, it's a ripoff of an episode of The Outer Limits. Blatantly. But hey, I give first Terminator credit. It's got some great Stan Winston effects. And Linda Hamilton boobs.
All right. I'm going to say this, Sivert. The Last Airbender was a better movie. It was more fun to watch.
Than Avatar?
I haven't seen Avatar, like the Cameron one, but the Last Airbender movie by Shyamalan is amazing.
I didn't say this in my rant earlier about Dave Filoni, but I never watched Avatar because I saw The Last Airbender first. And I'm like, this is a horrible, horrible piece of shit. These children are looking directly into the camera. No one can act. Even people I know can act aren't acting in this.
Yeah, the Slumdog Millionaire guy.
Yeah, he's a great actor. He literally said that he was so embarrassed to make Last Airbender because every time he would ask if he could like make it his own like sort of performance, M. Night Shyamalan wouldn't let him. He's like, but this is bad. And
there was one video I saw. He signed someone's autograph. He gave an autograph to someone who said, "I really like you in the last Airbender, and he was like, yeah, he was apologizing that he was in it.
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf is the same way about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and Carrie Fisher's the same way about Star Wars, or was. She literally said, "I wished I never did Star Wars," because I think that whole thing led to her coke problem. It's clear in the holiday special she's on drugs.
Yeah, that was just a made-for-TV thing. She didn't care to hide it.
Oh no, and you can see her coke nail in Empire.
Yeah, which she claimed wasn't a coke nail. She apparently just didn't cut it, which is weird because she's so open about admitting all this shit that it would be weird to lie about it.
Yeah, that is really weird. I mean, she's even been open about her affair with Harrison Ford.
Oh yeah, that famous story.
Which he was not happy about.
Yeah. Yeah, wasn't it something she told it while he was still like married and his wife didn't know anything about it?
I don't know if that was the wife that didn't know it. That was the wife he cheated on her with. But let's be real.
That's what I was wondering. Was he still married with the same woman, or was it already another wife?
He's been married at least 3 times.
Okay.
Because, I mean, he's married to Callista Flockhart now, who's, like, significantly younger than him. But Harrison Ford's body count has got to be so high. Like, he needs to write a book. He would never do it, but we need to know how many of the actresses he worked with he banged. I gotta know this.
Oh man. But going back to the last Airbender movie.
It's horrible. It's M. Night's, and this is really hard to say because he's made some awful movies. It's his worst movie. It's barely a movie.
I would say he was just the worst choice for a director of an epic fantasy movie.
Yeah, it's like hiring Uwe Ball. That might have been a better movie.
Maybe.
I mean, have you seen his Postal movie?
That's my favorite of his. That's the only one I have seen all the way through multiple times. Because I fucking love the game. It's legitimately the best like game to movie adaptation because it captures the game.
It does. Although I think someone's literally taking a shit in the movie.
Yeah.
God. Uwe Ball.
And he's back now. He's making movies again, apparently.
Yes. When did he make Postal?
2008, I think.
See,
7 or 8.
I didn't know he made it. I discovered it last year. I didn't know that existed because I've seen both Blood Rain movies, which are fucking awful. I've seen Alone in the Dark, House of the Dead. I think the last one of his I actually sat through the whole thing of before I sat through Postal was Far Cry. We made a Far Cry movie.
Oh, with German actor Till Schweiger, who is one of the most hated German actors.
the worst person to cast for that role.
Oh, God. The only movie he was ever in that people liked him was fucking Inglourious Bastards.
Oh, yeah, he is in there.
Hugo Stieglitz. Damn.
I mean, to be fair, Eli Roth is an actor in Inglourious Bastards. One of my most hated directors ever. I just went on a James Cameron rant. Hello, Iron Inquisitor. But Eli Roth is a gigantic douchebag. Can I just throw that out there?
Sure.
He just seems like the most him and the guy who is it Aaron Aronofsky who directed
Aaron Darrenofsky, yeah.
Aronofsky directed Mother. He seems like an insufferable douche too. The difference is I kind of love Requiem for a Dream. It's like the only Aaron Aronofsky film I like. I hate everything that Eli Roth has ever directed.
I only know him from
I take
Cabin
that
Fever and some other stuff, apparently, like a cannibal movie or something.
Oh yeah, he made Green Inferno, which is one of the funniest movies ever made. He did the Hostel movies, which are awful. I take it back. His remake of Death Wish was kind of funny with Bruce Willis.
Oh, there was a straight remake of it. I remember it was a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah, it was in 2018.
Jesus.
He remade Death Wish with Bruce Willis. It wasn't terrible. But it was so restrained from what he normally does that I didn't realize he directed it. Because, basically, he can't direct, he can't make the movies he used to make because they're so horribly offensive. But, you've watched Cabin Fever.
A long time ago.
Oh. I used to kind of love Cabin Fever because it's just so vile. It's so rude. It's like one of the most rude movies that's ever been made. But one of the characters has a date on either his shirt or his hat, and it's when the Olsen twins turn 18. And it's just so nasty.
Oh man.
It's a gross movie. It's not just how graphic it is, it's just every character's awful.
So you would put Eli Roth in the same camp as Rob Zombie?
Yeah. Rob Zombie's more insufferable because he just makes Rob Zombie music videos. But Eli Roth is just a blatant douchebag. Rob Zombie thinks he's an artist, which is a little funnier.
Yeah, Halloween 2.
Rob Zombie thought that 3 from Hell was art.
What was his latest movie? The fucking...
Oh, The Munsters?
The Monsters, yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
I've only seen the Red Letter Media coverage of the trailer, and it looks awesome.
I kind of want to. I love that he just puts his wife in all of his movies, even when it's just the wrong casting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob Zombie films, don't recommend. I'll tell you what. Watch the remake of Halloween. It's 3 movies in one.
Yeah, it's a prequel and a remake at the same time. What's the third movie?
Oh well, it's an origin story. It's a weird procedural drama when Michael's in the in the asylum, which is the only part that I think is almost good. And then it's a shot-for-shot remake with more gore and more boobs of the original Halloween.
Insane. And then obviously Halloween 2 is...
Well, Halloween 2 starts the shot-for-shot remake of Halloween 2, the original, and then it becomes a weird drama, and it is still the worst Halloween movie.
And Michael Myers doesn't wear the mask, and he looks like Rob Zombie.
He looks like Rob Zombie, and then he yells, "Die!" and stabs Loomis. Die!
Are the Rob Zombie movies better than the last 3? The latest trilogy of Halloween films?
No.
No. Okay, the reason I would say no by default is because at least this new trilogy has music by John Carpenter.
Yes. It has music by John Carpenter. I would say Halloween Kills and the Rob Zombie remake may be tied as the same. Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 is the worst. I'll just rank all my Halloween movies right now. So at worst, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2. Then Rob Zombie's Halloween. Close, if not the same tier, Halloween Kills. Then Halloween Resurrection. It's just too fucking stupid. it can't go any higher.
Buster Rhymes beating Michael Myers.
Tyra Banks pretending to act. Need I say more? Then we gotta put Halloween Ends. I appreciate it tried to do something different, but it doubles back on dumb bullshit we'd seen before.
Mhm.
Then Halloween 6, The Curse of Michael Myers, both cuts of it. Just doesn't make any fucking sense. Halloween 5 would go after that because it's a little better than Halloween 6, but we have Cookie Woman. Just one of the most insufferable scenes in a movie ever. You know what I'm talking about, right? When she's having her, like, little Jamie's, like, having visions because she sees what Michael sees, which is never really explained. And there's, like, a woman holding, like, some big-breasted woman on a fucking mural holding cookies, and she just starts saying "Cookie Woman," and like this other kid in like the little kid's like home is saying "Cookie Woman," and then Donald Pleasance says "Cookie Woman." That's the only noteworthy thing. Every character's an asshole in that. Then now we start getting to ones that are watchable, like far more watchable. I guess we put Halloween 2 there because Halloween 2 is just a ripoff of Friday the 13th.
Yeah, but it's still decent enough, I would say. It still has like the same type of atmosphere and like looks good.
Yeah, it's just a bad way to follow up Halloween.
The biggest problem I have with it is simply like the twist with the brother and sister.
Yes, and it's just not done well. Then I put Halloween 2018 because there's some really nasty deaths in it. And annoying podcasters get murdered, which, you know, I'm all about that. Insufferable true crime podcasters get murdered, like graphically. Which I get. Halloween Kills had some really mean-spirited kills in that were pretty funny, but the whole movie's stupid. Whereas Halloween 2018, it's like half a decent movie,
but also with a lot of stupid.
With a lot of stupid.
Just quick, hey, Stevie B, as you can see, you're in A tier. We are already done with the ranking. Now we're just talking random movies and stuff.
I'm ranking all the Halloween movies.
This is important.
Then we have H2O,
which
is just a remake of Scream.
Yeah, and it has an absolute 90s feel.
It's a 90s feel. It's solidly, everyone acts really well in it, which you can't say about most of the Halloween movies. So you got H2O, then Halloween 4. I rank Halloween 4 at 3. It's so damn fun. Out of all of them, it's what everyone thinks of with a Halloween movie, like an 80s slasher. I mean, we have the girl who has the cops do it by the book shirt, stabbed with a shotgun. We have someone gets their head caved in with Michael Myers' thumb, which is really funny. We got solid child acting. We've got some good performances. So when Dr. Loomis really starts acting like a crazy person is in the fourth one.
Well, he somehow survived the explosion in the second one.
They both somehow survived with minor burns.
Yeah, slight burn on his cheek.
Yeah. Then Halloween 3, number 2, because that movie's awesome.
Yeah, well deserved. Halloween Season of the Witch. Very underrated.
Is so goddamn good. And then, of course, the original, the classic. I still think it holds up really well. I think it's creepy. It shows that less is more when it comes to graphic violence, because they couldn't be graphic. If anyone's read the novelization, it's pretty graphic in some of its kills, but they didn't have the budget for it, and I think it works really well. Plus, it has the Panavision, where the They have the Steadicam, and that's just really cool to look at.
I think I would actually put Season of the Witch above the original in terms of like rewatchability and enjoyment, just because the story is just bizarre enough.
Yeah.
Like the first one is obviously like simple classic, horror film story. That's good. But Season of the Witch, combining like technology and mysticism and stuff, and I like the villain more than Michael Myers, the guy from RoboCop.
It's the old man from RoboCop 1 and 2.
He's awesome as a villain.
Oh yeah, he's great. It's a shame he wasn't in RoboCop 3.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, we have Rip Torn in his worst performance ever. Worse than Freddy Got Fingered, which might be his best performance. I take that back.
Yeah, that's
have
a
you
masterpiece.
Have you ever seen Freddy Got Fingered?
I have only seen like compilations of it. Not all of it. I have to look for. I couldn't only find it dubbed over in German on Amazon, and I want to watch it in English, obviously.
You gotta watch it in English.
Yeah.
It is a nonsense film. I kind of love it and hate it at the same time.
I can't believe that I even know about it, because it seems like such a weird, like, American movie that someone like me in Germany wouldn't have heard about.
Yeah, it's
like easily forgotten. But I remember, even before Red Letter Media did their review stuff on it, I remember as a child the ding dong scene in school, me and the kids talking about it, and I don't know why.
See, I saw it way too young, and all I remembered was him wearing the deer carcass. The wake up your baby scene where he's swinging the baby by the umbilical cord. Because my mom was mortified. I think my cousins were watching it. I have a bunch of older cousins, and I was in the room watching it, and I had never seen anything quite like it, and I didn't know how to feel about it, and my mom pulled me out of the room and was really upset. It was the same thing. She used to do that all the time if I was over with my cousins. Like, I got pulled out of the room when Zoolander was on, because it was not appropriate for me. I could watch like Indiana Jones and someone's face fucking melting off. I couldn't watch Zoolander.
Couldn't watch Freddy Got Fingered. Too extreme.
Well, no, you can't. Children should not watch Freddy Got Fingered.
True.
A kid gets thrown into a plane turbine.
But he survives because there's ADR.
Daddy,
he says he's fine.
But I'm trying to think of the funniest. Have you seen the restaurant scene?
Where he's like going crazy and screaming like, "This is a fancy restaurant."
And they throw the glass and it hits the small child in the face.
Yeah, I've seen all the scenes where the kid gets injured. When his dad throws a baseball in his face and his teeth
like
fall out.
Spitting out teeth?
Oh, God.
It's so awful. Oh, God. Freddy Got Fingered. Highly recommend. We need, you know how they released the Snyder Cut? I'm championing with Jay on this, which we need the green cut.
Oh, absolutely. We need a re-release of this fucking thing on Blu-ray.
We need I'll tell you what. So, my last Twitter account got banned from Criterion because I wouldn't leave them alone about releasing Zardoz in the Criterion collection. We need Freddy Got Fingered in the Criterion collection. I would do the video essays for them because they always have like people doing video essays. I'd fucking do it for Freddy Got Fingered. I do it for Zardoz in a heartbeat. The greatest movie ever made.
Oh, man.
Have you seen Zardoz?
I haven't seen it. I've seen pictures from it.
You need to watch Zardoz. It's one of the funniest things ever made.
Maybe, at some point.
I used to watch it every fucking day when I was in high school. I'm not kidding. Like, I thought it was the funniest fucking thing I had ever seen. Like, Sean Connery running around in a red diaper. It makes no fucking sense.
That's the picture I have seen, and that's why I didn't want to watch it.
It's so great. It's so fucking great. It makes no fucking sense. The thing is, there are genuine fans of Zardoz that don't like it because, like it ironically, like I do. Like, they think it is like the greatest film ever made. And I have met and talked to these people. When I worked at a thrift store, whenever we got a copy of Zardoz in, I would try to sell it to people.
Hmm.
And people, and so I could have conversations with them about Zardoz.
I'm just looking for Freddy Got Fingered on like streaming services.
don't
I
think
can
it's-
only find it dubbed in on Amazon Prime. It's not on Netflix. Shame.
maybe
have
you
to
could
keep
rent it in English off of iTunes.
It's still going. We're just talking about movies at this point. We're talking about the masterpiece that is Freddy Got Fingered.
Freddy Got Fingered, Zardoz. You ever seen Sleepaway Camp?
No.
It's interesting. It's almost a good movie. It's from that 80s that like every week there was a new 80s slasher. But it's like a weird, like it has a lot of homosexual undertones, which are interesting. Like it sexualizes guys instead of women. There's like some trans stuff going on. It's very progressive for the time, but the sequels are fucking awful. They star, I think it's Bruce Springsteen's cousin, and like there's one where she like raps and then murders someone. There's another one where she shoves someone down into an outhouse and they like drown in shit. I used to just watch things like this all the time in high school, and I would just cackle so loudly. But yeah, you watch the Sleepaway Camp series. You've seen Silent Night, Deadly Night 2, I think. Were you on that stream with us when we like did the commentary on it?
No, I missed that one.
That's one of the funniest movies ever made.
I remember because later I came on and watched what was it called? This other shitty horror movie with Matthew and Adam.
I don't know. I wasn't on that. I don't think.
The Bye Bye Man.
You watched the fucking Bye Bye?
We watched because Matthew wanted to watch one of the new Tremors sequels. And he was asking me like if I want to hang around, watch it with him, and I was looking, and it's not on Netflix like Germany, so I couldn't watch it. And then we decided, okay, we can all watch Bye Bye Man instead.
Bye Bye Man. I forgot the not Slender Man movie.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bad one. That's a bad one from a long time ago now.
Garbage Day.
Garbage Day, yeah. So I used to be part of the Shitcase Cinema like Facebook group, and we would talk about Silent Night, Deadly Night 2 on there because Johnny Shitcase wouldn't review it. Have you seen The Stuff, the Killer Yogurt movie?
I've heard about it, but obviously on Red Letter Media, but no.
Did they review it?
They didn't review it, but they mentioned it.
Okay.
And it sounds like a bizarre premise.
They reviewed it. Shitcase Cinema reviewed it back in the day. It was pretty funny. And do you watch the trash on purpose?
Trash on? You mean of
like trash films? Do you just go out of your way to find garbage? You just do that?
Not really.
You gotta. It's so therapeutic to just watch trash.
Yeah, you say that. I have better things to do with my time. I'm trying to write a book.
Write the book about the garbage movies we watch. Although I genuinely think you need to watch Zardoz. Everyone on the stream, you need to watch Zardoz.
Okay, I tell you what. I was looking for it at one point. There's a special Blu-ray on Amazon available. Sold in Germany. Of Zardoz, sold in Germany, but it's like over 20 euros. So I wasn't gonna. If I find it on streaming, I will go for it.
Yeah, I know you can get it on iTunes. I think I own it on iTunes. But like, it's so out of print in America. Like, you can get if you want an American version, you can only get it on DVD. I know that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm reading Denning. That is consuming trash on purpose.
Have you read all of Troy Denning's Star Wars books?
Yes,
What is
most
your
of them
opinion
twice.
Tatooine Ghost.
Hmm?
What is your opinion of Tatooine Ghost?
It is his least offensive. It's still not great.
It's his
But
most
it's-
boring.
Yes, but it's not his most offensive.
I guess, yeah.
But speaking of trash books on purpose, Runes of Dantooine reread is happening.
What do you think of it?
It's trash. First time reading it, I was 2 pages in, and I already guessed the big twist that was going to be revealed at the end. And I was thinking, okay, this is too obvious. Obviously, the author is going to do something different to surprise me. She didn't.
I don't know if I've ever read Ruins of Dantooine.
I recommend it. We should do a review on it.
We should. We'll do a Legends podcast. We all just read. Well, we have to wait like 2 years for Dylan to get there.
What I also found out, the exact date. This came out 2004.
Yes.
You know, German translation 2014. Literally 10 years later. The game has already died at this point.
It was a terrible, terrible game.
Yeah, and they made a tie-in to it. This is,
They
I guess
made a
this is the
tie-in to
prototype.
everything at the
I guess
time.
this is the prototype for like the SWOTOR tie-ins.
Well, Republic Commando, that's a tie-in.
The Dark Forces novellas.
Yeah. They did it every once in a while. Well, Starfighter got a comic tie-in.
Which also reminds me that this book often gets credited like, oh, this is the first video game Star Wars novel. No, Dark Forces. Whole trilogy.
Yeah, it's the first like actual novel. Those are more novellas.
True. And they were Dark Horse instead of Bantam.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if they did any more. I don't think they did.
Yeah. I wonder what people think if they actually see it in the wild. Would they guess? They would think this is some kind of like manual book for a game.
There was one at a Barnes and Noble I used to live near, and it stayed there for years until I finally bought it. And now I found them. I've seen them new in a lot of places. Not so much now because everyone's Star Wars section's so shrunk because no one cares anymore. Because Disney's ruined the franchise so badly. But yeah, anyway. I should probably head out here. I need to do some meal prep.
Yeah, and I need some sleep. 4 hours. Pretty good. We've ranked everybody. We have talked about everything. Okay, and tomorrow I'm gonna start Runes of Dantooine. What I'm gonna finish reading is All Quiet on the Western Front, the original German text.
Cool.
Yeah.
There you go.
Has been fun. Only like 60 pages left, so that's good.
Yeah, I need to finish Kingdom of the Crystal Skull today. And then back to Dragonlance, Dragons of Spring Dawning.
All right.
And then probably Spider-Man 2.
The novel?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you liked the first one, right?
It was fine.
Okay.
The thing is, okay, so I have it right here. So I actually have two novelizations right here. Here's Last Crusade. You see, this is a decent size for an action novel. Like, This is Spider-Man 2. Why does it need to be over 300 pages?
Because it needed those extra scenes where Doc Ock gets kidnapped by an Australian terrorist in a RoboCop suit.
What?
Oh, you haven't started it. Wait for it. There is new stuff in here. I asked Sivert, I asked anyone in my server who's like a Marvel expert. This is not a Marvel character. He was made up for the book. It's bizarre. He's described like Rhino from the Amazing Spider-Man 2, this mecha suit type of guy.
Oh,
And it's an original character. And it barely ties into the plot. It's explaining why. I think the point was just the guy was trying to abduct Otto because he learned about his mechanical tentacle arms. And he was thinking, oh, he's building weapons. I want to steal them. And that's how Peter learns about the arms. And he's like, Dr. Octavius would never build weapons. And then he sees them. And I don't know. Weird. Just a weird plot line.
that is really weird. Seems like.
Oh, yeah. We have another one. I guess someone is telling all of these Star Wars channels that we made a ranking. Sorry about the worst of all time treatment, but we had special, criteria. You can see that if you go back. Yeah. The sequel, maybe I'm gonna read it at some point, but now I'm just gonna take a break, read something else. All right, nice. So are we done? Or do you want more spoilers for the Spider-Man novels? I've read all 3 of them. I enjoyed them, but the first one is definitely the best.
The first one is the first half of it is really good, and then the rest of the movie happens.
Oh boy. The third one, I think I mentioned this before, but Peter mentions that like people often confuse him with Tobey Maguire. Yeah. Also, Hugh Jackman is in it. He's at Mary Jane's play in the beginning.
The actor?
The actual actor. She says like, Peter, don't you recognize him? That's Hugh Jackman. And he walks in. He's just like awkward and just says, yeah, it was a good play. And then he walks out. I don't know if this was like a planned cameo in the actual film or if the author was just having a little fun.
Well, Peter David wrote all 3 of these, right?
Yeah. Which is weird because I was hoping he would keep continuity. Because in the first book, he mentions he has a scene with Eddie Brock, who's already working as a cameraman at the Daily Bugle.
Yes.
And obviously, in the actual movies, Eddie Brock only gets introduced in the third one. I was hoping he was going to connect his books closer and mention, like, Peter already has met Eddie Brock, and he gives him a bit more backstory that he used to work there part-time already, and now he's coming back in, and Peter now has taken his job, essentially. But no, he just pretends like that never happened. It's essentially a different character.
Probably forgot.
Yeah, which is a shame. That would have been awesome.
He did a ton of these novelizations to the Marvel movies. Because I think he did Iron Man and the Hulk.
He did Hulk. I have the Hulk novelization. The Ang Lee one, I think.
Yes. I don't think there's a novelization for the Incredible Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure he wrote at least one of the X-Men ones. And I'm pretty sure he wrote Iron Man. But yeah, he's a fine author. It's better than Chris Claremont.
Okay.
But,
Stevie B, we talked about this before, that you need to interview Jeremy at some point.
Yeah, just hit me up. We'll work out a time or whatever. Anyway, I'm cold, dude.
Yeah.
I'm hungry and tired. So.
Same for me. All right, everyone. 4 hours ranking and then just an hour of talking. That's nice.
Yeah. Sorry I was late. I didn't even know this was happening.
Yeah. I'm glad you could join.
Funny, I made the S tier list. When was the last time I made an EU video?
Jesus, is a year?
Well, I recorded 2 Jedi Apprentice reviews and they're gone.
Yeah, you talked about it.
I'm so mad about that. So now I have to re-review them. Speaking
of which, 2 days ago I finished my reread of book number 6, The Uncertain Path.
Okay. I think I'll probably, once I'm done with Dragonlance, I'll jump into Mark of the Crown.
All right.
That's where I'm at there. But anyway,
Mhm.
have a good one, everyone.
Yeah. See you guys later. This was fun. And I'm just glad my PC is working again after all the
Yeah.
trouble.
No more hentai.
Yeah. It gave me a virus.
Mhm.
Goodbye.